பண்ணால் இங்கே ஏரியும், இது ஏரியாது, இதுதான் ஏரியும். இந்த வயர்ட் மைக் எல்லாமே 1 2 3 4 1 வந்து போடியம் மைக்கு, 2 3 4 வந்து இந்த சின்ன சின்ன மைக்கு ஸ்டாண்ட் ஆகிற கண்ட்ரோல் அங்கே. ஆமாம், 1 2 3 4 அந்த நான் அதை ஏற்றியே செட் பண்ணுறேன். இது வந்து வயர்லெஸ் இந்த மாதிரி 4 இருக்குது. Check. check, 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 check. ரெண்டு இடத்துல சத்தம் வருது. Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Check one, check, check. Inga check. Check, check one, check, check one.
Swamiji, may I start? Maybe start the program. So, Pranam to Sri Sadguru, Pranam to Swamiji. So, we open today's symposium Tirtha Tyagaraja, and the first item obviously is invocation by Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy, who was a chairperson of Sunada Trust and former Vice Chancellor of Tamil Nadu Music and Fine Arts University. Very closely associated with Sri Peedam over the last 15 years, and she has performed at many of our major events, enriching them with her music and presence. And Swamiji has always expressed his wish that she sings on the occasion of his birthday every year. With that, may I request Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy to sing the invocation song.
Pranams to Sadguru and our Guru Bhai Swamiji and dear friends. As per the instruction of Swamiji, I am going to sing Guru Lekha 20. Guru Lekha 20 Gunike తెలియకపోదు గురులేక ఎటువంటి గునికి తెలియకపోదు గురులేక ఎటువంటి గునికి తెలియకపోదు గురులేక ఎటువంటి గునికి తెలియకపోదు కరుగైన హృత్రోగ గగనమును కోట సద్గురులేక ఎటువంటి గునికి తెలియకపోదు తనువు సుతదనదార దాయాది బాంధవులు తనువు సుతదనదార దాయాది బాంధవులు జనియించి చెదరు జాలిని కరుణతో మనసునండగజేయు మందనుచు తత్వబోధన చేసి కాపాడు తత్వబోధన చేసి కాపాడు త్యాగరాజాప్తుడకు తత్వబోధన చేసి కాపాడు త్యాగరాజాప్తుడకు గురులేక ఎటువంటి ఉనికి తెలియకపోదు గురులేక ఎటువంటి ఉనికి తెలియకపోదు
Thank you, madam, for that beautiful song on Guru. May I request Pujya Swamiji to give his Anugrah Bhashanam.
Narayana, Narayana, Narayana. For a long time, Pramila and myself have been thinking we must have something about Tyagaraja here. The Trinity as well, especially Tyagaraja Swami, because what I have always been saying is that every kriti in the, whether it is in the North Indian or in the South Indian music, everything is a seeking for Bhagavan. We are seeking His grace, we are seeking to improve ourselves, and this comes across very strongly in Sri Tyagaraja Swami's kritis. And while we were talking about this short while ago, she said that about the Pancharatnas, that on so many places he has written Pancharatna kritis and they don't get enough attention. So then we thought we'll have this on Tirtha and the various Tirthas and Tyagaraja Swami. So certain places in this Bhumandala are very sacred. Why it is sacred, we cannot say. But those places, meditation comes well. People feel a sense of devotion. Maybe it is because the rishis have stayed there earlier. Maybe it is just the vibration of that place which Bhagavan has given it, which causes this. But there are many places where this happens. Those places are known as Tirthas, because generally they were connected with the water source, so they are called Tirthas. And in those places, we find these saints have gone there and sung. So when a saint goes to a sacred place and sings, it is not merely for himself, but when he goes there and sings, he draws down the divine the flow of grace to that place. So that when our lesser people like us go there, we feel that greatly. So they increase the strength of the Tirtha, and such being the case, people are able to feel it more. So Sri Tyagaraja Swami went to various places. He sang in many places. He was inspired by those places to write kritis there, and those are all very edifying. So with Sri Sadguru Maha's grace and Sri Bhagavan's grace, I hope this will all go very well today. Premila has worked very hard on it, and so have the others, Ramdas, Mahesh, and others have worked also very hard on it. So with Sadguru's grace it should go well. Narayana, Narayana, Narayana.
Thank you, Swamiji, for that Anugraha Bhashanam. May I request our Chief Guest, Sri Kannan, to come and sit on the dais here, please. So it's our privilege and good fortune to have Mr. Kannan today as Kannan Rajaratnam as our chief guest, delivering the keynote. It's difficult to read out his entire career bio. Very diverse personality, a person of multiple interests and achievements, diplomat, historian, academic. He is a former United Nations diplomat, academic historian of South Asian politics. During a career with UN, he served in missions in Croatia, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, Cyprus, Iraq, Afghanistan, Sudan, and Somalia. All these places which you have heard to be very conflict-driven. We've seen them in papers and videos, but he's been there. He worked in civil affairs and mediation, and where he facilitated the reopening of religious sites in Cyprus. An alumnus of Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, at Tufts University and the University of Georgia School of Law. He is also an adjunct professor of international organization. He is also a writer, and his biography of Tamil Nadu's major political figures is a must-read for all students of politics and sociology. He is also a prolific contributor to the Hindu or Hindustan Times, focusing on the intersection of diplomacy and history. I can go on and on, but we will have to now listen to Mr. Kannan. Thank you.
Swamiji, devotees, the reason for my being here today, Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy, a friend whose friendship dates back to the 1980s, and after a long hiatus of about 40 years, when we reconnected several months ago at the Raj Bhavan, and friends who have shown up here on a Sunday morning to listen to a novice in music, a novice who probably cannot tell you anything that you already don't know about Swami Tyagaraja. Firstly, let me thank Mahesh for his very kind words about me, and the only reason I stand here before you is, as I told you earlier, because of Pramila, who had very kindly introduced me to the Swamiji some time ago, and it was their wish that somebody very new to this genre of studies come before you and then speak to you. I served with the United Nations in various trouble spots for about 28 years. I'm a native of Chennai. I grew up in the north of Madras, and I realized that Swami Tyagaraja had been to Tirtha and to Kovur, where he sang on the presiding deity of the Tirtha temple and the Kovur temple on the invitation of Kovur Sundaresa Mudaliyar, where I believe he sang for 6 days, and if not for the Sangatis, he may have not been able to sing for all those 6 days, I understand. Firstly, I seek your indulgence and your forgiveness if I make any factual mistakes. As I said, I have absolutely no connection to music except to Tamil film music, which I greatly enjoy like most of you. Carnatic music, or even pristine Tamil music, is nourished, is cherished, is sought after by the elites. This is not popular music, and that's why in the Western classical music again remains a very elite discipline. So therefore you have what we call as pop music in the Western world, popular music, which is actually originally African American music, which is turned into pop music. So the title for me is Tyagaraja and Tirtha, Tirtha meaning the holy rivers. And how does music connect you to these holy rivers? Because it is through music and an absolute devotion that you don't have to go and bathe in these holy rivers or visit these holy rivers. In Tamil, in fact, these religious pilgrimages are called Tirtha Yatare, meaning you go worship or you go take a bath in these holy rivers. So you don't have to do any of this, says Swami Tyagaraja, and he draws his inspiration from his spiritual mentor, guru, Sri Ramachandrendra Saraswati, more popularly known as Upanishad Ramananda. So he says in his songs, Dhyaname Varamaine and Ganga Snaname are verily in the contemplation of the Lord and not in the rivers. And this is, according to Dr. Raghava, a renowned scholar and a musicologist, is inspired from Sri Ramananda, Upanishad Ramananda. I'd always wondered why Carnatic music happens to be Telugu and why Bharati had said Sundara Teluganil Partisaitha. Bharati knew about 4 to 5 languages. He was well versed in Sanskrit. He knew French because he took refuge in Pondicherry for 10 years. So he was very conversant in French, and he wrote and spoke in English. Although he lived for only a mere 39 years, he learned Sanskrit in Varanasi. So he knew quite a few languages. And when it comes to poetry, he speaks about Singa Marathiyartham Kavidai Kundu. He considers more than Bengali poetry, although Tagore had won the Nobel by then while he lived. He speaks about Marathi poetry as Singa Marathiyartham Kavidai Kundu. And when it comes to music, he says Sundara Teluganil Partisaitha. So we need to go back a little. I want to situate the context in which Swami Tyagaraja and the musical trinity emerge and why Carnatic music is what it is today. And the reason for that is after the 14th century, at the end of the 13th century and in the beginning of the 14th century, the Tamil lands are being invaded by Malik Kafur. The Muslim invasions take place in Madurai, and they happen not once, they happen quite frequently. So from 1296 to 1310, these Muslim invasions create a huge amount of chaos in the Tamil lands. And for the succeeding 50 years, the Tamil lands are ruled by the Muslims until the second son of Bukka the One, the first Bukka in Karnataka, Kumara Kampana, shows up to relieve the Tamil lands of Muslim rule. And after this, there is a small Kannada interregnum in Tamil lands, but then the Vijayanagar Empire had already started to ascend. Many may not know that Krishnadevaraya was neither a Kannadiga nor a Telugu. He was a Tulu-speaking man. Krishnadevaraya's empire flourished, and he sent the Nayaks to rule these parts. And the only Nayak that we know is the Madurai Nayak, to whom we owe the 100-pillar mandap in Varadaraja Perumal temple, the Madurai Meenakshi Yalis that you see, which is his contribution, and a renaissance of Tamil temple culture and religion and worship. But the Nayaks were not just in Madurai. They ruled Tanjavur. And one other place which might surprise you, it surprised me, Senji. There were 3 Nayaks who ruled these places, and so Telugu became the court language. And after the Nayaks, who ruled for 310 years, came the Marathas. The Marathas ruled for close to 200 years. The Marathas did not adopt Marathi as their court language. They continued with Telugu. They spoke Marathi between themselves, but Telugu became the court language. So for about 500 years, the patronage of the royal courts was for Telugu music. A number of Telugu migrants, my forefathers are Telugu speaking people who must have migrated during the Vijayanagar Empire about 500 years ago to these Tamil lands. We don't speak Telugu anymore. We know nothing about Telugu. We know nothing about Telugu lands. We would have barely anything in common with the fellow Telugu brethren from whom our families had dissociated themselves. We consider ourselves more Tamil than native Tamils. So a number of these Telugu communities migrated here, and the court language having been Telugu, music that would please the royals had to be in Telugu. So that is where Tamil music became anachronistic. It became outdated because there were a trinity of Tamil musicians. Most of you know them, Marimutta Pillai, Muthu Tandavar, Arunachala Kavirayar. They are called the Adi Mummurtis in Tamil music. They wrote in Tamil, but it didn't get any resonance. It didn't get any royal patronage because after the advent of the Muslims and then the advent of the non-Tamils into the Tamil lands, the difficulty was Tamil music had become dated. It was already a creation of the elites. Now that the elites have become non-Tamil speakers, there was no future for Tamil music. So therefore, all music, the Adi Mummurti's music, which had, because they were, we consider Tyagaraja Swami as the one, and along with the other two of the Trinity, who perfected Kirtanas and Kritis. This had already been attempted by the Adi Mummurtis. So they have used the Ragam and Tala, was known in the Tamil system as Pan and Alag. And the Pallavi, Anupallavi, and then the Charanam, the Kirtana format, was already practiced by these people as Eduppu, Toduppu, and Mudippu. So it was all there. But then it had completely transformed, and music had come into the hands of Telugu Brahmins who were part of the Telugu court and later the Maratha court. So this is where Swami Tyagaraja and the other two are born. As far as I know, I don't think the three trinities ever met or conversed or spoke, although they were all born in Tiruvarur. And so Swami Tyagaraja lived a long 79 years. Unlike Beethoven, who is considered along with Mozart, one of the two most renowned European Western musical exponents, wizards. You also have such people in the Hindustani musical system. You have Mian Tansen, you have Amir Khusrau, etc. Similarly, we have these the Trinity. Swami Tyagaraja and Beethoven have a few things in common. Swami Tyagaraja was born in 1767, 18 years after the advent of the British into the Tamil lands. And after a few years, after his birth, just prior to his birth, the French also make their entry, and later the Arcot of Nawab. And then after that, you have Hyder Ali move into the Tamil lands. So this is it's chaos. Beethoven also was born in a moment when he had great admiration for Napoleon. But when Napoleon crowned himself as the emperor, he was aghast. So in his third symphony, he tore off the title page, which he had originally intended to dedicate to Napoleon, and said Napoleon was an ordinary mortal. But Swami Tyagaraja was completely unaffected by the cataclysmic political developments around him. He had gone along with his father, Rama Brahmam, to listen to his spiritual mentor when he would do his Kada Kalakshepams, and had been an early devotee of the Rama faith. So his mother's father, Kalahastya, was a Veena player. So was Beethoven's father. Beethoven's father was a choir singer. His grandfather was also a church choir singer who later becomes a Kapellmeister, in simple English, composer. So if Beethoven is born into a family of musicians, so was Swami Tyagaraja, whose paternal grandfather was both a poet and a composer, and is on his mother's side, Kalahastaya was a veena player. Beethoven was a pianist. Now, Swami Tyagaraja was not an instrumental player. He is claimed to fame as a few things. Firstly, along with the other two of the Trinity, that he perfected the Kirtana system. That is why he lives till today. The other is the Sangatis, the various modulations of the musical ragas that singer uses in the Carnatic music system. It's called the alab. In Tamil, there's a name for it. It's called alati. These are all forgotten. So the alab, a singer can continue with the alab for several minutes before the words become important, and the listener listens to the names. So the Sankati, and then prior to that, the perfection of the Kirtana system belonged to Swami Tyagaraja, and therefore his fame, and then his Rama Bhakti, and therefore his devotion and his synchronizing music and devotion, or seeing God through music. There is a Tamil song, and since most of you follow Tamil, Isayal Vasamaga Idayamedu Tamil Isaye Irai Vadivam Enum Bodhu. Meaning, music is divine, and every heart will be stirred by music, because music itself is divine and godly. So that is the meaning of these two words. And I think it is sung in praise of Lord Muruga by TMS, if I'm not mistaken. So before the Kirtana system, Dr. Pramila would correct me if I'm wrong, there was a more structured, a more watertight system called the Prabandha system. I think the Nalaira Divya Prabandhas are probably out of those. So that system had Gita, Daya, Prabandham, and there was one other, which I forget now, Alab. Alab. Those are the four. The Prabandham was a very, very strict structural arrangement. So there was, the importance there was more for the text than the music. And Swami Tyagaraja changes that, where the music takes precedence, or music is as important as the text itself, because there's the repertoire of Swami Tyagaraja is immense. We don't have such a repertoire in Tamil music. The difficulty why in Carnatic stages we don't hear Tamil music sung is because we don't have such a rich repertoire in Tamil. Thevaram, Tiruvasagam, Tirthandagam, Tirupugal cannot be set to Kirtana format. They're all in Kandi format. So therefore, it's very difficult to turn them into music to our trained ears. So the vast repertoire, the innovations that he introduced, the devotion through which he had been deified into a Swami today by his followers and worshipped, and his birthplace having become a place of pilgrimage for music lovers. All this is because of his musical genius. So, but Swami Tyagaraja was also an ordinary mortal in many ways. So his father was one of the 5 children of his granddad. His father was the last of the 5 children. And Tyagaraja is the last of 3 children, 3 male children. His first brother, eldest brother, Panjabi Kesan, passes away. His middle brother, Ramanathan, according to some versions, lives and he becomes a grihastha. So is Swami Tyagaraja. Swami Tyagaraja marries, but a few years later his first wife dies, and then he takes his sister Kamalamba as a second wife. And they have one child who later marries, and then that child has a child who, that couple do not have any progeny. So Swami Tyagaraja's line was not discontinued. But his brother, who had become a complete grihastha, he had children, and we are told that their descendants are still in Tiruvayar. They still live there. Now going back to, we don't have any authenticated history of Swami Tyagaraja. Most of what has come down to us is from his disciple Venkataramana from Valajapet. He was with Swamiji for about 30 years. All this is, we believe that he spent 30 years with him, and so he's written down what he remembers of the Swami as an austere, a very devoted, a very tough taskmaster, and a musical teacher. His son later, who spent 2 years with Swami Tyagaraja in his final days, has added to it. And then his son, Krishnasamy, I think, added a little bit more to this. This is most likely the closest biographical sketch of Swami Tyagaraja we ever have. The others have taken a lot from this. Swami Tyagaraja also, the family underwent partition. Unlike Beethoven, who had personal troubles and whose brother's son was about to commit suicide, his brother passed away, and therefore he became the guardian of his brother's child. Beethoven never married, and the child he had difficulties with his nephew, and the nephew was about to commit suicide. So he was prevented, and then he was saved and sent to the army, and there he flourished. And Beethoven was very distressed, and then soon afterwards died because of the difficulties that he had with his nephew. Now Swami Tyagaraja speaks about his difficulties in his songs. He says that he is being unfortunately blamed for the family's partition. He says that people around him speak ill of him, poke fun at him. And how could the Lord allow all this? So, and he, unlike Beethoven, who had the patronage of wealthy connoisseurs who supported him and who even took a salary for his work, Swami Tyagaraja depended on alms until the very end. And for this he was looked down upon, and he says this in his songs. So this is the Swami Tyagaraja we see, and I wanted to place in context why, because I have tried to understand why Carnatic music happens to be what it is, and why he, who after 250 years of his arrival continues to be very, very key, if not the uncrowned monarch of Carnatic music. However, as I already told you, Carnatic music is the music of the elites. It is not popular music. And by converting it by singing in Tamil, you can overcome some of the constraints, but I don't think it will ever become like Tamil popular music or film music unless it is handled in a way that it reaches the masses. There was a Tamil film called Sindhu Bhairavi, not long ago, maybe 40 years ago. Some of us may have seen this movie. And this tension between, this tension in language between, in the Carnatic stages, is expressed by the lyricist in a song by the heroine. The heroine happens to be Suhasini. And she says, Padariyen, Padipariyen, Pallikodam Thanariyen, Edariyen, Eluthariyen, Eluthuvagai Nanariyen. அர்த்தத்தை விட்டு புட்டா அதுக்கு ஒரு பாவம் இல்லை, பழகின பாஷையில் படிப்பது பாவம் இல்லை, எல்லாமே சங்கீதம்தான், சத்தத்தில் பிறந்த சங்கதி தான், சட்ஜமம் என்பதும் தெய்வதம் என்பதும் பஞ்ச பரம்பரைக்கு அப்புறம்தான், கவலை ஏதுமில்லை ரசிக்கும் மேட்டுக்குடி. This is my point, that it is confined to the elites. கவலை ஏதுமில்லை ரசிக்கும் மேட்டுக்குடி, சேரிக்கும் சேர வேணும் அதுக்கொரு பாட்டுப்படி. I think T.M. Krishna has taken it seriously. எண்ணியே பாரு எத்தனை பெயரு, தங்கமே நீயும் தமிழ் பாட்டு பாடு. But as I said earlier, just by singing in Tamil, I don't think we will overcome this barrier between the masses. You need a trained ear to be able to appreciate very fine music. And Western classical music also suffers from the same difficulties as Carnatic music suffers. It is not popular. Bach, Beethoven, Mozart appeal to just a few, not the popular masses. You have to have a refined ear. Swami Tyagaraja never left his hometown until the very last days. And that was because Kovur Sundaresa Mudaliyar meets Swami Upanishad Brahmananda in Kanchipuram, his spiritual guru. And he likes to again see, because they are about 20 years apart, Upanishad Brahmananda and Swami Tyagaraja. And Swami Tyagaraja had been a child when Upanishad Brahmananda was making his discourses. So they hadn't seen each other for nearly 60 years. And I'm not even sure that Upanishad Brahmananda ever remembered Swami Tyagaraja as a child. Kovur Sundaresa Mudaliyar sees Upanishad Brahmananda, and then Brahmananda expresses his interest and his wish to see Swami Tyagaraja. So Swami Tyagaraja is first made aware of this wish of his spiritual guru. He's very disturbed. He's never left his hometown, and he's committed to a regimen of pujas and prayers and devotion and singing with his disciples, etc. So with a great deal of reluctance, after a few days, he leaves and sees his guru, and he sings, as Swamiji said, a number of kritis on Vardaraja Perumal temple, on Vardaraja Perumal, and spends 2 weeks with his guru. The time that he left, he is being carried throughout, his disciples carry him on a palanquin throughout the trip. And it must have taken days to reach Kanchipuram. And on his way, he goes to Chittur, he goes to Tirupati, he goes to Kanchipuram, and then he comes to Tiruvattur, and on Sundaresa Mudaliyar's request, he goes to Kovur, where he spends 6 days there singing the kritis. And so when he left, the first time he traveled, this was about 7 years before he attains Siddhi. And when he decides to, after his wife passes away, when he decides to take sannyas, the day he took sannyas, the next day he attains salvation. And before that, he expresses his wish for the Lord to take him away and then to join him with him. I think I will leave here. I think this is I don't want to go and tell you some of the, like that he sang in the Mathima Kala, not Turida Kala, or very few of his songs are in the Chauka Kala. Unlike Dikshidhar, who sang a lot of songs in Chauka Kala. These are things that I've learnt academically, and to be able to tell you these, your exponents. So I don't want to go into all this. I will stop here if the Swami Ji permits, and if you have any questions, maybe from what I've told you so far, I'll be more than happy to respond.
Religions. So in Kerala, if you can see a Muslim, a Christian, or Irvas, like you take example of Jaya Vijaya, Yesudas' father himself, Sebastian Bhagavatar, Augustine Bhagavatar, Yesudas. So Chambai took him into his fold, and now you know what Yesudas is today. So I just wanted to explain why this dichotomy. Tamil Nadu is being pushed as only a Brahmin music. Whereas it was not the intention. I don't think it would have the intention of the Trinities that it should be a Brahmin music.
I completely agree with you.
So I just want you to...
Sure. Can I respond? Firstly, Kerala is a much more progressive state than Tamil Nadu in my view. They probably have a more broader approach to music and the arts. Here in the Tamil Vellala communities, dance and music have been looked down upon. Although Nadaraja himself exemplifies dance, all this is quite contrary and it's ironical. But still, Tamil Vellala families really look down upon their women taking to dance or to music. This hasn't changed much. And they are the elites of Tamil Nadu, not the Vanyas. So the Vellalas are considered the highest in the Tamil caste structure. They have, despite most of them being Saivites and their lord being Nataraja, who embodies dance and who stands for music, still they have traditionally discouraged their women to taking to these forms of arts. That is essentially the difficulty as to why Carnatic music still happens to be predominantly Telugu-centric or Sanskrit-centric, etc. And we only get a few other songs from outside, like Mahakavi Bharati's songs or others, again sung by people who traditionally perform Telugu music in Carnatic forums. So I completely agree with you. My point was that I just wanted to situate it in the context. So music after the advent of the non-Tamils divided itself into three categories. The first was, of course, court music. The second was Oduvar music, so where Devaram and Tiruvachakam were sung after the advent of the Cholas in temples. The Cholas made arrangements for such songs to be sung in several temples. So the Oduvas had to depend on royal patronage, and that patronage melted away after the Cholas disappeared and the Pandyas disappeared. In fact, you'll be surprised to note that there are historians who believe that Malik Kafur came to Madurai on the invitation of one of the two Pandya brothers against the other. So Sundara Pandya and Veera Pandya. One of them invited Malik Kafur to finish off the other brother. But we understand that Malik Kafur was so clever that he took on both the brothers. So So therefore, so you had Oduar music, then you had court music, which I explained why the Maratha court and the Telugu courts, their patronage led to Telugu music, Telugu forms of music. Then you had Nadaswara, so the third form of music, which the Tamils, because it had no text, it was simply music and it was good to anybody's ears. So you had them in weddings, you had them in all Shubh events. That music also became the preserve of certain category of people. So the only place where music could flourish and could be nurtured was the royal courts. And those courts continued. And by the 18th century, music and this repertoire had come into the hands of a select few. And they were the ones who took advantage of the British colonial empire as well. They moved into places of high positions, and they later became patrons of this art. So that explains why Carnatic music is what it is today. Telugu and Sanskrit.
But we had in the same time of Tyagaraja, we had Gopalakrishna Bharati, whose Nandanar Charitram was one of the super hits.
True.
And again, Papanasan Sivan, one of the great composers, his
Much
songs
later.
were much later, definitely. But his songs were excellent, Kirtanes were excellent, and on par with Tyagaraja and the music trinity.
I completely agree, but those were exceptions. And Gopalakrishna Bharati's his Nandanar Charitram was tuned to music, and that music was lost and had to be retuned. So the two names that you mentioned, Pabanasam Sivan is actually the uncle of Janaki Ramachandran, a former chief minister. That is, the two names that you mentioned are exceptions. They are barely known outside Tamil Nadu. Whereas Swami Tyagaraja will be known everywhere in the Carnatic world. So.
Thank you, Mr. Kannan. He has really gone into the history. His music is not his subject, but still I gave him the book written by Professor Sambamurthy. Can I take 5 minutes, Swamiji? Professor Sambamurthy, when he wanted to start courses, academic courses, Dr. A.L. Mudaliar, who was there as the Vice Chancellor, he said, where are the books? If you want to start a course, you need books. So you have so many books, South Indian music, 1, 2, 3 great composers. First you have about 12 great composers, starting with Jayadeva, Narayana Tirtha, Swatitanala and all of them. Then, of course, I'm not trying to boast, but when my mother was pregnant, he conducted an orchestra, and my mother said, maybe you imbibed some music through Professor Sambamurthy's orchestra, which was organized when the Queen had visited after her coronation. So I think I listened to some of Professor Sambamurthy's orchestra. He was the first person who started a Carnatic music orchestra. Coming back to this, I might go here, there, everywhere. What you said, Tyagaraja knew to play the veena also. And that's how Veena Kuppayar was one of his main disciples. And if you say I am a student of music, anybody will immediately, a Western musician, what is the instrument that you play? They'll immediately ask you. We can't say, we'll say I am only a vocalist. Tamil kural illanna viral nu. But if you know either the violin is alien to us. Veena was the instrument. Violin came later, of course, introduced by Baluswami Dikshitar Vadivelu, and Swati Tirunal had presented a ivory violin to Vadivelu also. What I wanted to mention here is that from Tolkappiyam, now again I have to, maybe I'll speak faster. Tolkappiyam has 4 lands and 4 punds. This equals Greece, where they have different modes for different lands. Okay? So that pannapattadu pan, that is the tune. Earlier, now we equate it to raga. but it's a tune. In the mettu, Bharatiyarna in the mettu அப்படினு இருக்கும். Mettu is what has been constructed. So, he mentioned about the Kirtanams, apart from the Gopalakrishna Bharati and the other trinity, we have Papa Vinasa Mudaliyar and the Christian ஒருத்தர் பேர் மறந்து போயிட்டேன், வேதநாயகம் பிள்ளை, சர்வ சமய கீர்த்தனைகள். He says God only, there's no particular deity. And when you talk of Kerala, an interesting information is that the Kathakali music ragas almost are all coming very near to the puns of the Tevarams, like Ketara Gaulai, Saurashtram, and Pura Neera, they say, Pura Neermai, and all that. So this is all going widely. But Tyagaraja, he mentioned the Prabandha. Bandha is to get connected. Prabandha is actually you're collecting the words and bringing a structure. And the main thing from, say, about 13th, 14th century, people shift from poetry to prose. That's what is important. The Guru Lekha Etuvanti. And it was Mudigondan Venkataramayar who insisted, told my mother, you must see that she learns Telugu. Why? He said, there is something called that, a book on, no, my memory is going haywire. Anyway, that particular book, the original is in Telugu. So she has to read the original in Telugu, so you have to learn to read and write Telugu. So if you are learning music, definitely Sanskrit is important, because you must know, I feel even the instrumentalists should know the language, because when you are giving a stress in violin or veena, you must have that emotion in you. No? You can't sing a very soft Guru Lekha Etuvanti, you can't sing it like in the Atana mode, you know. So you have to know. So nowadays, as the poet, Nagasuram people, they always learnt it in vocal music and then only. The other thing, sorry, I am taking one more minute. We owe all this to the Devadasi system. The Brahmins come later. I don't believe in the caste system. And because I know, privately I will tell you who are the people who applied for the MA music. I'll tell you. I don't mind telling now. The Brahmins will come, apply. The scheduled caste people will come, but they are the instrument makers, okay? And then the other thing is, who are the Isai Velalar will come. Isai Velalar is a recent term. Chola, Rajaraja Chola had appointed the Taliseri Pendugal to the temples, and also the Nagasuram. It was known as Naga Chinnam and other things, but Vali Isai, that is, Narambisai is string, Vali Isai is Kaatu. So, Nagasuram and the contribution of Nagasuram and the Devadasi system la, ava பாதுகாத்த மாதிரி யாரும் பாதுகாக்கல. Padangal, they were not bothered about the padas are again a forerunner. I had to read a paper on Kshetrajna in Andhra Pradesh recently. And adula vandu, you can see a clean influence of Tyagaraja. Enta ninne, adu irukla and Mukari. Oh so see. அது வந்து அனுப்பல்லவியில் இது ஓசோ சி மியூசிக் தியாகராஜர் போட்டிருப்பார். அது பல்லவி அதில் வந்து மற்ற ஆஸ்பெக்ட் எடுப்பு தொடிப்பு முடிப்பு மாதிரி தரவு துணை தரவு and தாழிசை is another terminology which we have for pallavi, anupallavi and charanam, தாழிசை and charanam. So anyway, today we have come a long way, but as he said, that Sangadi concept and இப்போ போயட்ரியில் பாடுது, இப்போ அஷ்டபதியோட ஸ்ட்ரக்சர் அண்ட் முதல்ல வந்து நமக்கு பரிபாடல் இருக்குது, 8 தொகை 10 பாட்டில். பரிபாடலில் we have the song, இயற்றியவர் பெயர், இசையமைத்தவர் பெயர், பண் பெயர் கீழே கொடுத்துருக்கு. இட்ஸ் கம்மிங் டு Kannadasan, M.S. Vishwanathan Ramurthy, and some ragas also. So, and the system in the 2nd century, 3rd century irukku namu. So, the Silappadiharam is an ocean, and there's nothing which is not said. Silappadiharam, because it's a part of our syllabus. The first semester, Tamil tradition starts with Tolgapiyam, because what I studied is different in MA Music in 76 to 78. Then my professor, Dr. Sita, said, please read this. Her thesis is on Tanjore as a seat of music, a 500-page book, which is a publication of University of Madras. She has written about the Nayak period and the Maratha period. So the Maratha people continued Telugu. So I also asked, I'll tell you one more thing and I'll stop. Why is Telugu Sundara Telugu? Because each word is ending with a vowel. Enduku? Eppudu? Ostara? Ostava? That is the sweetness. Every word. I matra ee kuda irukum edadu pathinga ipo. So what I'm saying is, I don't know whatever I said. I'm sorry, I came in between you.
No, it's all right. This is the difference between the former vice chancellor of the music university and a UN man. I also wanted to tell you that Tamil music has been studied very deeply by Abraham Pandidar, and he was no Hindu. So we also have such exceptions, but they remain exceptions. They are not the mainstream.
So start பண்ணிடலாமா? So with that good introduction about historical aspects of the music, we start our leg dance. Our first artist is Vidwan Sri Mohan Santanam. He'll be giving a leg dem on Tiruvattriyur Pancharatnam. And as the artist is getting ready, I'll read a short bio of Mr. Mohan Santanam. It's a privilege to have the artist here at Sri Peetham. Is a Carnatic vocalist performing internationally since 1998. Specializes in thematic concerts, including topics like Ahimsa and veganism. A disciple of Sri T.R. Subramaniam and Sri Sanjay Subramanian. He hails from a lineage that includes his mother, Srimati Saraswati Santanam, aunt N. Anantalakshmi. He is also a writer, scholar, and conducts global workshop and lecture demonstrations. His awards include Yuvakala Bharati and Karthik Award of Excellence. Sri Mohan Santanam.
எல்லாருக்கும் நமஸ்காரம். Good morning on a nice Sunday morning. Tyagaraja's Tiruvotriyur Pancharatnam. First of all, the Pancharatnamங்கிறது Pancharatnamங்கிறது என்னது? We know the Ghanaraga Pancharatnam, Nata, Gaula, Varali, Nata, Gaula, Arabi, Varali, Sri Ragam, which is sung. This is the Pancharatnam season. December season முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் நிறைய சபால பஞ்சரத்னம் கண்டக்ட் பண்ணுவா. இட்ஸ் a great opportunity for us musicians to congregate together at a particular stage and render the very popular Pancharatna kritis of Tyagaraja. In the Mummurtis, Muthuswami Dikshidhar, Tyagaraja and Shyama Shastri, as Shri Kannan had said, the pride of place obviously goes to Tyagaraja, and his popularity is unparalleled even after 250 years, and whether it is 250 or whether we can add a couple of zeros, 2500 years or whatever, his popularity and his appeal will be there. Just one thing that I wanted to explain. See, my native tongue is Tamil. I had no idea of what Telugu was till I came to my Guru Sri T.R. Subramaniam at the age of 12. TRS again was a native Tamil speaker. He was not a Telugu, but having stayed for many years in Vijayawada, he acquired the knowledge of Telugu to the extent that Telugu speaking people in Vijayawada told me even about 5-10 years ago when I traveled there for concerts, and we thought he was a native Telugu. It is quite a surprise that he was a Tamil. He ensured that I learnt the Telugu alphabet like Dr. Pramila ji was mentioning. I owe that the intention of learning Telugu and trying to understand. I am by no means an expert in the language, but it is important for us to know the meaning when we render the song, when we learn a song, so that whatever mood the composer has created, and Tyagaraja has in his songs immense range of moods that he has showcased in his prodigious number of creations. So, compared to Muthuswami Dikshidhar, who was said to be an eternal pilgrim, Muthuswami Dikshidhar traveled, he was constantly on the move. So we have so many kritis based on so many kshetrams, so many tirthas in Dikshidhar's creations. And whereas Tyagaraja was basically very happy and satisfied to stay put in Tiruvayar, where he eventually chose to settle down. According to the account that we have, he moved from Tiruvayar only once, and what Dr. Kannan said is that was very much at the fag end of his life, and in the sense that he was invited to Kanchipuram by his spiritual guru, and he passed through Srirangam, Lalgudi, Kanchipuram, Tirupati, and Tiruvotriyur and Kovur. Chennai was not such a prominent place, obviously, in the 18th century back then. So he came to Tiruvotriyur. Tiruvotriyur, again, we have Tiruvotriyur Tyagayar and Veena Kuppayar. Books say that he was invited to Tiruvotriyur at the behest of his Sishya Veena Kuppayar. So, just a I can look at this. Good. Okay. Yeah, this is easy. Thanks. Okay. So, just a few points about Tiruvotriyur. Tiruvotriyur temple has been revered in the Thevaram hymns of Shaiva Nayanars and the 7th century poets, which is, they've classified it as a Padal Petra Sthalam. It is known as Adipuram. All the Tiruvotriyur kritis of Tyagaraja have the name Adipuram woven into it. The Thevaram mover, Appar Sundarar and Appar Sambandar, Tirigana Sambarandar and Sundarar have rendered the Thevaram songs in the temple. It draws a parallel with the Tyagaraja temple in Tiruvarur, and it's supposed to be one of the Shakti Peetams in the country. And the presiding deities are Adipurishwarar and Tripura Sundari. One interesting thing is that now Tyagaraja has travelled to Srirangam, he's travelled to Lalgudi, he's travelled to Kovur, of course. Here, all the 5 kritis that he has composed on Tiruvotriyur are based on Ambal, the goddess. Call it chauvinism, call it the magnificence of the Ambal in Tiruvotriyur, but poor Tyagaraja Swami in the Adi Purishwarar gets the short shrift. My thing is that he may have composed on Lord Shiva in Tiruvotriyur, but maybe it has been lost. I don't know, but the winner is obviously Tripura Sundari Ambal, who has 5 magnificent kritis of Tyagaraja dedicated to her. The kritis have ragas that are chosen. These seem to be spontaneous outpourings rather than a calculated intention to compose. That is my view, because he has used Rakti ragas like Arabhi, Begada, Kalyani, Saveri and Shuddha Saveri. Variety of talas, 3 are in Adi Talam, 1 in Mishra Chapu and 1 in Rupaka Talam. We'll go to the first kriti, Sundari Ninnu Varnimpa in Arabhi. I wouldn't say it is very popular, although musicians have rendered it. And this is by the way, all the 5 kritis contain exactly 3 charanams. There is not a single kriti that has only 1 charanam. Unlike like Aurangasai, which is one of the most popular kritis in Kamboji, has only 1 charanam, and other kritis as well. The Tiruvottiyur, the kritis composed on Tiruvottiyur by Tyagaraja have 3 charanams, and it contains wonderful descriptions of the goddess. And one of them, the second charanam in particular, he says that because of your beauty, the moon has refused to rise, Manmatha has disappeared, the ocean becomes motionless, and Meru becomes an inanimate rock. And he also ends the second charanam by saying that Saraswati, by hearing your sweet voice, has retreated to Brahma's tongue. So the equivalent is the Saundarya Lahiri Sahityam, and where in slokam number 66, Shankara describes Ambal as listening to Saraswati when she is playing the veena, and she is appreciative, and she just offers a couple of words or sentences in terms of praise, and she says Besh, something like that. And that sound of Parvati, which is so euphonic, so sweet, tends to, sort of tell Saraswati that this is much sweeter than my veena playing, so let me cover my veena. Vipanchya gayanti vividha papadanam pashupates tvayarabdhe vaktum chalita shirasa sadhu vachane tadiyer madhurya rapalapita tantri kalaravam nijam veenam nichulaiti cholena nibritam. She covers the veena with a cover because she is not a match for the sweetness of Parvati's voice. I will render the kriti of Tyagaraja Sundari Ninnu Varnimpa in Arabhi. My co-artist today is Ashwath Natarajan on the mridangam. Sundari Ninnu Varnimpa Brahmadi Suralakaina Tarama. 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 Sundari Kundaradana Sanandana Adi Kundaradana Sanandana Adi Kundaradana Sanandana ത്രിപുര സുന്ദരി ത്രിപുര സുന്ദരി നിന്നു വർണ്യോപബ്രഹ്മാദി സൂരല സുന്ദരി పావన మోసేయు బిరుదుని కని భక్త పాపము పారిపోనాయే పావన మోసేయు బిరుదుని కని భక్త పాపము పారిపోనాయే ఏ వేళ నీ దయ చేత సత్కముల కావ్యములను గయనాయే ఏ వేళ నీ దయ చేత సత్కముల కావ్యములను సేయనాయే మావరునికి చెల్లని సంతోషమున దేవి పేదలు పల్కనాయే మావరునికి చెల్లని సంతోషమున దేవి పేదలు పల్కనాయే భావించి నీ పాదమున త్యాగరాజు భాముకమను కొన్నాయే భావించి నీ పాదయుగ త్యాగరాజు భాముకమను కొన్నాయే త్రిపుర సుందరి నిన్ను వర్ణోపబ్రహ్మాది సూరల సుందరి The next kriti that I would like to talk about is Sundari Nannindarilo in Begada. This is a description of the goddess's attributes. Some of the usual routine attributes, the gait surpassing that of a swan. She's the self-creator of all divine sports, and her forehead is adorned with the tilaka. And she is also praised by Saraswati, who holds a parrot in her hand. And and a lot of epithets are given. O Queen of Samba Shiva, one with the sweet voice, the flower-like beautiful one. This kriti, I will render the non-mudra charanam. Again, like I said, the kriti, all the 5 kritis have 3 charanams each. In this kriti, I will render the first charanam. So, Sundari Nannindarilo in the raga Begada, set to Rupagatala. Sundari Nannindarilo Juchi Brova Tripura Sundari Nannindarilo Juchi Brova Tripura Sundari Nam Niltari Lojuchi 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 Brova Tripura Sundari Sandadiyaniyandu mukhim Sandadiyaniyandu mukhim Jalamuvadoma Sandadiyaniyandu mukhim Jalamuvadoma Sandadiyaniyandu mukhim Jalamuvadoma Tripura Sundari Nadirilo Uchi Brova Tripura Sundari Bale Palita Surajali Bale Palita Surajali Gamana Jitavarale Bale Palita Surajali Bale Palita Surajale Gamana Jitavarale Swakrita Akhilalile Swakrita Akhilalile Tilakankita Pale Swakrita Akhilalile Tilakankita Pale Ni Bhaktiyumele Ni Dayaradele Talli Ni Bhaktiyumele Ni Dayaradele Talli Tripura Sundari Nildarilo Jochi Brova Tripura Sundari மூணு ஸ்டான்ஸா இருக்கு. Third Kriti is Kannatalli in the raga Saveri. It's a very grand composition in the raga Saveri and highly philosophical, especially with the transience of life. I often used to think the Legdam prepare Pandrache, if when Tyagaraja would have gone and stood before Goddess Tripura Sundari in the Sannidhi, அதாவது அவர் அந்த கனக பூஷண முல பெட்டி மரியோ, அதாவது the human body you deck it up with gold ornaments, but then கொஞ்சம் கூட purity கிடையாது, and then இது ஸ்திரமும் கிடையாது. This is not permanent, it is all transient. The only one who's permanent is you, and there is really no difference between you and other gods. This is what he says in the last line. Extremely philosophical, and probably the radiance of Tripura Sundari at Thiruvotriyur perhaps induced him more of the Vairagya spirit. And since we are told that he undertook this pilgrimage towards the last leg of his journey of life, that's how he has chosen Saveri, a very poignant and a Karunarasam filled melody. I will just briefly render Kannatalli in the raga Saveri, set to Aditala Rendugale. The interesting aspect is that the charanam is in samakalam, so it's not in it has 4 lines, but it's all packed together, and the sahityam just flows as though it is in a meandering madhyamakalam. So that's another unique aspect of this particular kriti. Kannatalli neevu na palaganuga, Kannatalli neevu na palaganuga, Kannatalli neevu na palagaluga, Kasi chanda nele no ma Kannatalli neevu na palagaluga, Kasi chanda nele no ma Kannatalli neevu na palagaluga, Kasi chanda nele no ma Kannatalli neevu na palagaluga, Kasi chanda nele no ma Kannatalli neevu Vilnayulde nedigi devarina, Vilnayulde nedigi yevarina, Vilnayulde nedigi yevarina, vesana padudura Tripura Sundari no భూషణముల పెట్టి మరియు సొగసు చేసి పాలు పోసి పిల్చిన కనక భూషణముల పెట్టి మరియు సొగసు చేసి పాలు పోసి పిల్చిన తానువు సతముగాదు నిర్మలతనమించుక లేదనుచును అనుదినమునర్చు సత్క్రియలని కని పిల్చిన త్యాగరాజ రక్షకి అనుదిన మునర్చు సత్క్రియలని కని పిల్చిన త్యాగరాజ రక్షకి వినుమన్నిటని వెనరిగి వేల్పుల వేరని నిల్చుదురా వినుమన్నిటని వెనరిగి వేల్పుల వేరని నిల్చుదురా త్రిపుర సుందరి నేను కంద తల్లి నీవు నా బాలకలు కాశీ జంత నేల నో మా కంద తల్లి నీవు. இதில் ஒன்று என்ன கவனிக்கணும்னா வெண்ணையுண்ட நேத்திக்கு எவரைன வெண்ணையுண்ட நேத்திக்கு எவரைன வெசனப்படுதுரா திரிபுர சுந்தரி. So Tyagaraja was very, very intelligent, or he was one person who was constantly aware of what was going on in society around him. So he has commented, despite the fact that he faced a lot of trials and tribulations in his life, he was not a meek and a frail spirit or anything like that. He very much knew what his mission in life was, what his duty in life was, and he was also a very, very great master in social commentary. So he has very, very intelligently and very aptly included proverbs, prevalent proverbs, even though Telugu was the court language during his time. கையில் வெண்ணெயை வச்சுட்டு நெய்க்கரையே அலையிறோங்கிறது is an idiomatic expression, a proverbial expression that we always use even in Tamil. So that the Anupallavi is just the same. வெண்ணெயுண்ட நேத்திக்கு எவரைன வெசனப்படுதுரா திரிபுர சுந்தரி. நீ இருக்கிறச்சே எனக்கு மற்றதெல்லாம் எதுக்கு? I mean, when I have you, why do I need to, go around in search of other deities? And in the Charanam, he infuses that very beautifully when saying that there is no other deity who's actually different from you. So when I see you, it's like I'm seeing everyone else. So I think the Advaitin in him, by the time he had been through his 96 crore japa of Ramanama, he had attained Rama Darshanam, and probably he saw his Rama in Tripura Sundari, which is the reason why he didn't feel the necessity to differentiate between goddess X and goddess Y and Z and A and B and C. So this is arguably, the Kriti number 4 is Dharani Telusukunti in the Raga Suddha Saveri. Arguably one of the most popular compositions of Tyagaraja. we spoke about the Tyagaraja's contribution not only to the Kriti as a medium, but the refinement of the Kriti, showcasing the Sangati aspect. So in my notebook, Dharani Telusukunti's notation runs, the Pallavi notation itself runs for 3 pages. The Anupallavi notation runs for 3 pages. The Charanam notation runs for 6 pages. So why is that? So generally in Tyagaraja's Kritis, we all know that the Sangati aspect, and particularly in the Pallavi. So Pallavi will contain 5-6 Sangatis, and then usually Anupallavi will contain about 2 or 3, and Charanam will contain 2 or 3. Ourangasai typically has about 6 to 8 to 10, depending on the versions that you've learnt. Kritis like Chesina Della Marachitivo in Todi has 8 Sangatis. Each Sangati is beautifully progresses from one to the other. But the surprising fact in Chesina Della is that the Anupallavi and the Charanam are just 2 lines. And not many Sangatis compared to the Pallavi. Dharani Telusukunti is a glorious exception in the fact that the Anupallavi is a separate Kriti by itself, and the Charanam is a conglomeration of 2 Kritis, one might say. The structure is so very much involved. One more thing that I wanted to mention here is, why did he choose Suddha Saveri? He could have easily chosen the more well-known or popular Madhyamavati, because he has used Madhyamavati in both his Tiruvayar Kritis and in his Kanchipuram Kriti. He has used Madhyamavati for his Lalgudi Pancharatnam as well, Devashri. So probably just for variety's sake, maybe he decided to use Suddha Saveri. And Suddha Saveri just differs from Madhyamavati in just one swara. Except the Nishadam in Madhyamavati, the Nishadam is replaced by the Daivatam in Suddha Saveri. We are very much the richer. So in Dharani Telusukunti, so one aspect that I do want to point out is the Shukravara Seva, the importance of the Vellikkalama as far as Ambal Puja is concerned. This is mentioned in all the 5 Kritis. And the use of, how does he describe Shukravaram in Dharani Telusukunti is Danuja Raja Guruni Vasara. So Danuja is Asuras. Asuras noda Raja noda Guru. So which is Shukracharya. Shukracharya was the Guru of the Asuras. So Shukran, so very imaginatively and a differently coined name, I would say, for the lack of a better word, better expression. So in this Kriti, I will just render the Charanam just to demonstrate as to how, the Charanam itself is quite an involved. It is of course quite debatable that Tyagaraja in the Sangati ellam kattirparana. There is no answer for that, because one thing that as musicians, as students of music and as performers, we constantly face is the lack of documentation. Our ipdi padirparannaka, there's no answer, because we don't know. And whatever has been bequeathed to us is all in terms of the notations of his Sishya Parampara. And when we transmit something orally, things do tend to change, things do get added or subtracted, as the case may be. But the thing is, the structure of the Kriti, the structure of the composition is such that they very beautifully lend themselves to be explored by adding various shades of the melody called Suddha Saveri, or any other Kriti of Tyagaraja for that matter. Rajita Mani Gana Bhushani Madagaja Rajita Mani ராஜித மணிகண்ட பூஷணி மத 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 திதய மணி கண பூஷணி மத ராஜ மணி கண பூஷணி மத ராஜித மணி கண பூஷணி மத ராஜித மணி கண பூஷணி மத கஜ ராஜ லோக சங்கரி கஜ ராஜ கமன லோக சங்கரி தனுஜ ராஜ குரு நிவாச சேவ தனகே ఫలమోకను కొల్టిని ఆజన్మము పెద్దలు తమ మదిలోని జపమే ముక్తి మార్గ మనుకొన రాజశేఖరుడగు శ్రీ త్యాగరాజ మనోహరి గౌరీ పరాత్పరి ఆ జన్మము పెద్దలు తమ మదిలోని జపమే ముక్తి మార్గమనుకొన రాజశేఖరుడగు శ్రీ త్యాగరాజ మనో గౌరీ పరాత్పరి త్రిపుర సుందరి నీనే శరణ So the monotony, I mean, that's a wrong word. So the 8 lines of the charanam, there is relief from the same pace by rendering the last 2 lines as a madhyama kalam. ఆ జన్మము పెద్దలు తమ మదిలో నీ జపమే ముక్తి మార్గం అనుకును. సో உன்னோட ஜபமே எனக்கு முக்தி அப்படின்னு சொல்றார். So someone who was so wedded to Rama as his Ishtadaivam, this is yet another example where he saw the goddess in his he saw the goddess in Rama and Rama as the goddess, where he identified herself with, where he identified both of them as one. So Dharani Telusukundi is a very striking example of a charanam having a madhyama kalam like a Dikshidhar Kriti, and then musicians, we all render the madhyama kalam in the male kalam as well. So very unique kriti. The charanam itself portion takes about 6 minutes or so. Anupallavi another 5 minutes. So Pallavi another 7 minutes. So the entire kriti rendition, if you want to do proper justice to it, would take about 15 minutes. I'll come to the last Kriti, Sundarini Divya Rupamu in Kalyani. This is a fairly popular Kriti, and just for academic interest, this is the only Melakarta Raga Kriti in this set. There are the others are all Janya Ragas. Again, Koluvu Shukravarapu Muddu Tripura Sundari, he very beautifully describes as to how everyone is waiting in line. Varusaga, Varisya Allaru Ninna, when she is in court, when she is receiving her subjects, and he really brings the entire the scene or the entire her court darbar when Ambal is receiving her subjects, how everyone pays respects to her, and how and the Shukravara Seva, the importance of the Friday Seva is very beautifully brought out. Sundarini Divya Rupamunu Jodatanaku Dorikeno O Maha Tripura Sundarini Divya Rupamunu Jodatanaku Dorikeno Maha Sundarini Divya Rupamunu Jodatanaku Dorikeno Tripura Sundarini Divya Rupamunu Mandagamana Nigi Kadaksha Balamo Mandagamana Nigi Kadaksha Balamo Mundati Puja Balamo Amba Mandagamana Nigi Kadaksha Balamo Mundati Puja Bala Moamba Sundari Nidya Rupamunu Jodatanaku Dorikeno Tripura Sundari Rakshakiyani Sabha Kaligina Tauna Pogadu Dono Kalilu Dina Rakshakiyani Sabha Kaligina Tauna Pogadu Dono Salalita Guna Karuna Sagarini Sadiyava Roma Ala Sivaya Tinandoko Namana Sohayi Tenduna Yani Yuldagamari Kala Kala Mani Surasa Tulu Varusagaya Godu Shukra Varapu Modo Tripura Kala Kala Mani Surasa Tulu Varusa చక్రవార మోదో త్రిపుర సుందరి దివ్య రూపమును చూడతనకు దొరికెనో ఓ మై గాడ్ త్రిపుర సుందరి couple of things I want to say in conclusion. So only when so there was this thing about Mr. Shri Kannan had said that Carnatic music is only for the elitists, it's not mass. So I just want to say one thing. See, even to appreciate any art form, you need to know a little bit of the art. So பொன்னியின் செல்வன் நம்ம படிக்கணும்னாக்கா நம்மளுக்கு தமிழ் தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும். To read Tagore or to read Sharachandra Chattopadhyay, we need to know Bengali. To appreciate Dickens, we need to understand a little bit of English, and we need to develop the taste. So that taste developing, how does one do it? That's a major subject for discussion. But the thing is, like, as musicians and as Rasikas, more importantly, the Shravanam aspect is one of the most, it's something which we take very lightly. So அந்த காதில் ஒலிச்சுருக்கிறதே அது ஒரு பெரிய ஒரு சாதனை மாதிரி. So all of us have assembled here on a Sunday morning listening to, you know, the lecture demonstration of Tyagaraja and his Tirtha Yatras. So I think all of us are equally blessed in that respect, that we are fortunate. I mean, musicians have an additional advantage that we get to learn, practice, think about and internalize. But definitely as Rasikas also, you take back a lot of what the composer intended and what the singer and the performer intended as well. So thank you very much. I express my sincere pranams to Swamiji and Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy ma'am, and thank you for this opportunity. All the best and have a great Sunday. Namaskaram.
So after the Trivotrio Pancharatnam, we now have Dr. S. Nityashri and her team. Her legdom is on Srirangam Pancharatnam. A brief bio of the artist. Dr. Nityashri is an accomplished Veena artist and scholar who currently serves as a visiting faculty member at the University of Madras and Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Jayalalitha Music and Fine Arts University. She holds a PhD in music, specializing in Manam Buchavadi, Sishya Parampara of Tyagaraja, and was trained by illustrious gurus including Sri Sridharan and Sri Chitraveena Ganesh. A versatile performer, she excels in solo recitals and classical ensembles alongside instruments like Nagaswaram and violin. Recently, she was honored with Obul Reddy Endowment Award for Senior Veena Artist by Narada Ganasabha. Dr. S. Nityashri on Srirangam Pancharatnam. There is a slight change, a shuffle of the items. Instead of Srirangam Pancharatnam, we'll have Kovur Pancharatnam by Dr. Radha Bhaskar, who is a musicologist. Dr. Radha Bhaskar is a vocal musician, musicologist, and educator who has significantly impacted music landscape. A disciple of Sri P.S. Narayana Swami. She is renowned for her thematic concerts, once led 5,000 children in a group performing for Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. She holds a PhD in music and was recently awarded the prestigious Tagore National Fellowship for Cultural Research. An educator, she has reached over 15,000 people through her music appreciation programs and the massive 365 episode online series CM 365. She has served as the editor of Samudra magazine and continues to influence the field as a cultural organizer and expert member for the Ministry of Culture. Dr. Radha Bhaskar on Kovur Pancharatnam.
A very good afternoon and namaskarams to all of you. My humble pranams to Swamiji before I begin my session. This is indeed a wonderful symposium, Tirtha and Tyagaraja, and I have been assigned the topic of Kovur Pancharatnam of Sri Tyagaraja. Before we move on to the compositions itself, a brief about the temple, I'm sure will add more value in terms of understanding the whole concept of the compositions itself. Kovur is a small town situated about 22 kilometers from Chennai, on the road going from Porur towards Kundrattur. And this temple is located about 200 meters off the main road. Kovur has a massive temple for Lord Shiva, built by Kulotunga Chola, dating back to about 7th century. So you would have understood that it is a very, very old temple. In fact, it is very, very near to Chennai also. So I'm sure many of you would have also visited this temple. And the main deity here is Sundareshwarar and goddess Sri Soundarambikai. As for every temple which has its own legendary story behind it as to how it came about, here also we have the legendary story about goddess Kamakshi as performing the tapas on the Panchagni, that is the fire in Mangad. And she was trying to pray to Lord Shiva to marry her. And it is said that because of her tapas on this Agni, the fire, the penance was so intense that the whole surroundings became too hot and all living beings suffered because of the enormous heat. And it is at this time that Lord Shiva was actually meditating very deeply with his eyes closed, and sages and devas worshipped Lord Vishnu to save the world from the heat of the penance. And Lord Vishnu directed Sri Mahalakshmi to save the world. So here we see that goddess Sri Mahalakshmi came down here to this place in the form of a cow. This is the story behind the whole thing. And worshipped Lord Shiva to make him open the eyes so that the world is saved. And obviously pleased by the prayers of goddess Mahalakshmi, Lord Shiva opened his eyes, after which the heat of the place subsided and it became cooler. And here I would also like to make a mention about the fact that Lord, in this place, the goddess is actually worshipped in the form of a cow here. So the name, how the name Kovur came about, again is regarding that, we see that Kovuri, Kopuri, and later it became like every name undergoes lot of changes, then it is come to become what we call as the Kovur today. The temple is facing south with a beautiful 7-tiered Rajagopuram. The entire Sannadhi street itself is so beautiful with shady trees and ancient houses. The temple is one among the Navagraha temples of Chennai, and here the Navagraha or the Graha that is worshipped is the Buddhan or the Mercury here. Lord Sundareshwarar and Sri Soundarambikai are said to be so beautiful here. The name itself signifies from what we hear. So Sundareshwarar and Soundarambikai, and hence they are called so. It is said that by worshipping Sri Sundareshwarar, one will be cured of many ailments. So there is also a beautiful history and legend to this whole temple itself. And apart from this Lord Shiva and the Ambal presiding here, we also see there are other deities like Sri Veerabhadrar, Sri Valli Devasena Sameta Sri Subramanyar. Then all the Navagrahams are there. And all the 63 Nayanmars are also present in this temple. One more important thing, very, very unique to this temple is the Sthala Vriksham, which is very, very unique. And here there is a Mahavilva tree. And the Mahavilva tree of this temple is very rare one, that each stalk of the Mahavilvam has 27 leaves to it. This is something very, very unique about this particular temple. And the entrance is picturesque with an array of houses and tall Ashoka trees on either sides. The Rajagopuram again is of about 85 feet high, and this whole temple itself is great in art and sculpture, we could say. Now, what is the connection between Tyagaraja, this Kovur Pancharatnam, and this temple? That is precisely what we want to discuss also here with regard to the compositions that Sri Tyagaraja composed on this temple in Kovur. Actually, Saint Tyagaraja was to visit Tirupati, and he was actually traveling by this particular place. He passed through this place in a palanquin towards Tirupati, and he also visited the temple on the way. And as usual in those times, of course, every temple had somebody as patronizing it as a Dubash or a Mirastar or somebody like that. So here also there was a Dubash called Sundaresa Mudaliyar, and he was actually very, very proud of his wealth and the kind of support that he was lending to all the temples around there. So he, as usual, asked Tyagaraja, not knowing what a great composer or what his values were, he thought he was yet another composer and told him, I am the Dubash Sundaresan here. Why don't you compose songs on praise of me? And we all know that Tyagaraja is one person who never composed on any human being. Nidhi Chala Sukama again is a very classic example, where he says that Rama Sannidhi Seva Sukhama, and also says about Narastuti Sukhama. So the Narastuti, or the kind of glorification of men or human being, was not in the agenda of Tyagaraja at all, because he was always worshipping Lord Rama and singing only in praise of Lord Rama. So he told him that, no, I can't sing in praise of you, and he left the place actually. And interestingly, while he was going from Kovur towards Tirupati, his palanquin was attacked by a group of bandits, robbers that is. And he had some, in those days of course we did not have a car or any other mode of conveyance, so the palanquin was the only way in which the saints would be carried from one place to another. So that way Tyagaraja was being carried in a palanquin by his servants, and while he was going, he was attacked by a group of bandits, and they stopped him. And Tyagaraja got down from the palanquin, and obviously he told the bandits that I have got nothing to offer to you. I don't have any riches in my palanquin. I'm just traveling to Tirupati, and I'm just on a pilgrimage. So, and but the bandits said, okay, you don't have anything with you. You are not rich, you are saying. That's fine. But when we try to attack you, there were a few of the two young boys actually who were pelting stones at us and trying to protect you. Then again Tyagaraja said, oh, there is no boy here, young boy here around, and only the palanquin bearers are there. And then it dawned to Tyagaraja that the two boys were none other than Lord Rama and Lakshmana, who had come in the guise of two boys to protect him from these bandits. So at that time what happened, he realized there was something special about this Kovur temple, so let me get back there and try to kind of dedicate myself and my songs to the Kovur Sundareshwarar. And that is how actually he came back again to Kovur. And here he composed the beautiful 5 compositions which we call as the Kovur Pancharatna. And the local headman was again here too proud. He was so naive, and he thought that these 5 compositions were again in praise of Sundaresan, the Dubash. And so then Tyagaraja also seems to have clarified that no, it is not in praise of you, Sundaresan, but in praise of Lord Sundareswara here. So this is how the story goes. And we see that these 5 compositions are very, very important. And in this context, I would also like to make a mention about the value that the group kritis actually lend to us in terms of, I would say, a very significant way. If you take Tyagaraja himself, we see that the individual compositions that he has done are mostly in praise of Rama and other deities. In the individual compositions, there is always something about like a pleading, there is something about like, why don't you protect me, please come fast to protect me, or trying to, in the case of Tyagaraja, unlike I would say Shyama Sastri, where it was more about like the son pleading to the mother and saying, oh, protect me. That was the kind of bhava that Shyama Sastri had. Dikshidhar, we all know, was actually, I would say, non-personal, in the sense that all his compositions only talk about the deities, the description of the deities, then the description of, suppose we take a Navagraha, it's all about the Graha and all the details of the Graha. So there is so much of information that group kriti can give us. So here again, in the case of Tyagaraja, we see that in the case of this Kovur Pancharatnam, Sriranga Pancharatnam, Lalgudi Pancharatnam, Tiruvattriyur Pancharatnam, like this he has composed many sets of Pancharatnams. And in each of this we see a lot of glorification of that particular god. I won't say that it is as detailed like Dikshidhar would do in terms of describing that particular god and trying to go into the historical or the spiritual aspects like that. But here he gives us some detailing about that particular god and also about praising that god and all the virtues possessed by that particular god. So that is how this set of compositions have come about. In this we have, in the Kovur Pancharatnam that we are going to talk about today, we have a set of 5 compositions. The first being Shambho Mahadeva in Panturali Rupakam. And this is the only composition among the 5 that we are having here. This is the only one in Sanskrit. And comprises of a Pallavi, Anupallavi and a Charanam. And it is largely a description of the attributes of Sundareshwara. In fact, that is what is the core material of all the compositions, I would say. The second one, E Vasudha in Sahana, is in Telugu, has a Pallavi, Anupallavi and a single Charanam of 8 lines. And among the core Pancharatnam, it's quite a popular one. Of course, Shambho Mahadeva is something much more popular and very frequently sung in concerts also. And here it states that even if one were to stay for half a minute in Kovur, wealth and other benefits can be obtained. So kind of trying to show us the significance of this temple, that even if you kind of just step into that place, it is a lot of, offers a lot of wealth, a lot of prosperity and goodness. The third one is Nammi Vachina in Kalyani Rupagam, has Pallavi, Anupallavi and a single Charanam. And the Charanam again has got 4 lines here. And the Kriti beseeches the Lord to protect Tyagaraja who has come unto him with true faith. The fourth one is a beautiful one in Karahara Priya, Kori Sevimparare. Comprises again of the Pallavi, Anupallavi and a Charanam of 4 lines. And here again, like for example, the Raju Vedala Todi Kriti of Tyagaraja, or the Chuta Murare in Arabi Rupakam, which is a part of the Sriranga Pancharatnam. Here also Tyagaraja speaks of leading a group of devotees and urging them to come and worship at Kovur. The next one is, the last one rather, is Sundareswarani in the Ragam Shankarabharanam. Comprises a Pallavi, Anupallavi, and unique feature of this particular composition is that it has got 3 charanas. Unlike the other compositions, here there are 3 charanas. And obviously, as part of the kacheri, you would have heard only 1 charana, because of the fact that generally we sing the Mudra charana when we sing part of the kacheri. But nevertheless, in the actual composition that Tyagaraja has composed, Sundareswarani, we see there are 3 charanas here. Couched in Telugu, the song depicts a grand spectacle of the shrine and the deity. So again, coming back to Tyagaraja, most of his compositions we see are on Lord Rama, but again, this is one of the few places where he has composed the Kirtana on other gods. And this also indicates that he was a devotee of Shiva. So where we talk about imagining Rama is only devoted to Rama and singing compositions on Rama. He was also very devoted to Shiva, and that is very evident from the particular set of compositions, the Kovur Pancharatnam. A brief about if you look at the 5 compositions itself, we see that out of this, 4 of them are in Mela Ragas, that is Panturali, Shankarabharnam, Kalyani, and Karahara Priya. And one of them is in the Janya Ragam, Sahana. And among these 5 again, 2 are Pratimadhyama Ragas, that is Panturali and Kalyani are the Pratimadhyama Melas that we have in this particular set of 5 compositions, and 3 in Shuddha Mela Ragas. Panturali happening to be the 51st Melagartha, Kalyani the 65th Melagartha, Karar Priya 22nd, Shankarabharnam 29, and Sahana Ajanya of the 28th Mela, which is Harikambod. And as for the starting points, we see that 3 of the compositions actually starts on the Tara Sa, which we'll be detailing more when we are going to sing and show it to you. One composition starts on the Panchama and one starts on the Rishabha. And also, while I'll be singing, when you watch, you'll see that the composition in Panturali and the composition in Kalyani, for that matter, have got a very similar kind of a structure. The melodic structure, if you see, the starting, commencing point, then what is the area in which the whole composition hovers around. If you compare and see, you will see a lot of similarities in terms of how the melodic movements happen. Of course, the first thing is that both are Pratimadhyama Ragas. Secondly, of course, they are both in Rupaka Tala. And another important thing, within this we see that there is a similarity in the melodic contour. We'll begin with Shambho Mahadeva, the first composition in Panturali Ragam. Where in the opening line itself, it's a very beautiful kind of addressing Lord Sundareshwara as Shambho Mahadeva Shankara Girija Ramana. And also, if you look at deeper into these compositions, generally you would observe that if it's very evocative, they won't be very aggressive and start in the Tarasthai like that. So like for example, if you take a composition like Yenduku Pedala. So the content also, what I'm trying to say is, determines how the melodic movement of a composition should move. So here he is addressing the Lord Shambho Mahadeva Shankara Girija Ramana. So obviously looking at the Lord, his grandeur in a very majestic way when he stands, you can't sing like Shambho Maha. That is not very appropriate to the composition's mood. So how he has conceived the starting lights itself gives us a beautiful understanding of the ragam, beautiful understanding of how he pictured the Lord also, like Shambho Mahadeva Shambho Mahadeva Shankara Girija Ramana. So here, before singing the composition, I'll just share a gist of the composition for you so that you can relate the lyrics to what I've said and try to enjoy it better. So the whole process of this Tirtha Tyagaraja itself is that it's not like a kacheri where you just sing a composition, do volumes of Neraval and Swaram and all that and show your prowess. It's not about that. And as I always say, such beautiful symposiums are an occasion where we keep the musician behind and the composer in the front. So this is one such beautiful occasion where we are trying to look at the glory of the composition, the glory of the composer. So coming back to Shambho Mahadeva, in the first line he says, O Lord Shambho, O Lord Mahadeva, O Lord who causes auspiciousness, O beloved of Parvati. That is the first. All of them, as I mentioned to you, are like singing the glory only. Again in the Anupallavi, Shambho Mahadeva comes again as the second repetitive word. And then he says, O protector of those who have sought refuge in you, O lotus, Amboruha eyed, deign to bestow on me devotion to your lotus feet. And in the Charanam he says, Parama Dayakara Mrigadhara Hara Ganga Dhara Dharanim Dhara Bhushana Tyagaraja Vara Hridaya Nivesha Sura Brinda Kirita Mani Vara Nirajita Pada Gopura Vasa Sundaresha Girisha Paratpara Bhavahara. So where, which means that, O most compassionate Lord, O Lord who sports the deer in his hand, O Lord Hara, O Lord who wears the Ganga in his matted locks, O Lord who wears Shesha as an ornament in his neck, O sacred Lord who entered the heart of Tyagaraja, O Lord whose sacred feet are illuminated by the brilliance of gems of the diadems of the celestials, O Lord Sundaresha, resident of Kovur, O Lord of the mountain Kailasha, O Lord who is beyond everything, and O destroyer of ocean of worldly existence. Here, one point I would also like to make before I sing the composition to you. In this particular composition, there are two ways he addresses this Kovur. One is Kovuri Sundaresha, that we will be seeing later. Sometimes he also addresses in two compositions Gopura Vasa. As I mentioned earlier also in my speech, Gopura, that is where the Mahalakshmi took the form of a cow and came, so that reference of Gopura is there in two compositions, and three compositions mentioned as Kovuri, which now has of course become Kovur. We will first sing the Panturali composition, and you can enjoy. Again, the Sanskrit here is very, very simple, unlike that of Dikshadhar. So there are not many layers of meaning as such. So it's very, very simple, and when we sing, you can very easily understand. And again, that is the language of Tyagaraja, I would say, where whether it be Telugu or Sanskrit, whatever it is very simple and communicative and easily understandable. So that also is very, very important, I think, in terms of connecting to the lyrics as much as to the music. Because if there is a word and you have to look into multiple layers of the meaning and think about what all it could mean, I think you get lost in that and then you forget about the music or what is happening on stage at that time. So that way, these are all very, very simple words. So now I'm going to sing it to you and you can enjoy the song. Shambho Mahadeva, Shambho Mahadeva, Shambho Mahadeva, Shankara Girija Ramana, Shambho Mahadeva, Shankara Girija Ramana, Shambho Mahadeva, Shankara Girija Ramana, Shambho Mahadeva, Shambho Mahadeva, Charanagata Janarakshaka, Shambho Mahadeva, Charanagata Janarakshaka, Amboruga Lochana Padambuja Bhaktim Degi, Amboruga Lochana Padambuja Bhaktim Degi, Shambho Mahadeva Shalgaragiri Jaya Ramana Shambho Mahadeva Paramadaya Kara Mrigadhara Haraganga Dhara Dharani Paramadaya Kara Mrigadhara Haraganga Dhara Dharani Dharabhushana Tyagaraja Varahridaya Nivesha Surabrilda Kiritamani Varanira Jitapada Gopuravasa Suldaresha Girisha Paran Parabhavagara Gopuravasa Suldaresha Girisha Paran Parabhavagara Shambho Mahadeva Shalgaragiri Jaya Ramana Shambho Mahadeva. So here you would have seen that how the compositions, lyrics or the sahitya and the melody so beautifully kind of seamlessly match each other. That is very, very important. And we also see that in the compositions of all the great composers for that matter, be it Tyagaraja, Dikshidhar or Shyama Sastri, and many other composers of later also like Papanasam Sivan, where the melody actually kind of is very, very appropriate to the Sahitya itself. So this is one example where when you address the Lord, you address him in all majesticity. So that is how the melody also, I would say, is very majestic in its outlook, where you see that most of the, again, the composition itself in the Tarasthai and hovers around that Sa, it comes down, but then again it accelerates and goes upwards. Shambho Mahadeva Shalgaragiri Jaya Ramana Sham. Again the Anupallavi also goes that way. So the movements are kind of, very, very appropriate, I would say, to the mood of the composition itself. Coming to the second composition, which is again in a very, I would say, reposeful kind of and a very serene ragam for that matter, Sahana. This composition is an Adi Tala, and throughout the composition we can sense how the Raga Bhava just flows through the composition. So for example, again, while in compositions like Panturali, here also we have to see the appropriateness of the melody in the sense that in a composition like in a Ragam Kalyani or Panturali, starting with the Tara Shadja is very, very appropriate in terms of the mood, like Shambho Mahadeva, or the one I'm going to sing later, Nammiva Chinanam, or Shankarabharanam, which I'll also be singing later, Sundareshwaruni. So, in such ragas, the Shadjama can be used effectively as a starting point. Whereas when we talk about Sahana, immediately the first note which comes to the mind is nothing but Rishabha. So, in fact, great musicians say that if you sing the Re properly in Sahana, everything is contained in that particular Re itself. Like Re, 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 Ga, Ma, Pa, Ma, Ga, Ma, Re. And there are so many colors to the Re also, depending on the context and of the phrase itself. So, Re, 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 Ga, Ma, Pa, Ma, Ga, Ma, Re. Re, Ni, Da, Pa, pa ma ga ma re ga ma re. So the re can be said in many ways, but the re as re is what actually defines Sahana. So there, this composition also very appropriately does starts as like Ye Vasudha Nivarti Devamo, where we also say of such ragams like Sahana, Ananda Bhairavi, Riti Gaula. These ragams, you know, are what we call as the Rakti ragas, where they are more defined by the phrases than the movement of the notes. Like for example, if you take Panturali, we have to sing the whole like sa re ga ma pa da ni sa ni da pa ma ga re sa. If you sing the whole thing only, it becomes Panturali. Whereas here re ga ma pa ma ga ma re, that is the Purvanga, what we call the first portion, sa to pa. Within that itself Sahana is contained. So after that, what all we sing is only like probably an add-on. Pa ba da 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 ni sa pa. Of course, these are all very important phrases for Sahana, but nevertheless, this re itself is enough to define Sahana. Coming to the composition Kori Sevimparare, which he composed in this particular Sahana raga, I will first sing to you before singing again, I will just read a small gist of the composition. Going word to word will take a lot of time, so within the stipulated time, we can't go into that kind of elaborate explanation. But nevertheless, here in this Kori Sevimparare, he says, I do not find anywhere in this earth a God like you. Addressing obviously Lord Sundareshwarar. O Lord Sundaresa of Kovur town. Here he uses in the Kovuri, you would see that when I sing the song, which is prospering by having good fortune, O Lord of the mountains. O bestower of boons to devotees, O Lord abiding in the heart of this Tyagaraja, O Lord shining in the intellect or consciousness. You enable those who willingly facilitate residence in your town, even for half a minute. Asache ara nimishamu, that will be mentioned here while we sing. So even if somebody spends even half a minute in this Kovur place, you help him to attain fame in this world by driving away all their mental worries and by bestowing a lot of wealth, a long life, devotion towards Brahmanas, that is Bhusura, and health. O Lord abiding in the heart of this Tyagaraja, O Lord shining in the intellect or consciousness, O Lord Sundaresha. This is briefly the gist of this particular song. E Vasudha ni vanti daivamu nenendu kanara. I'll be singing the composition to you now, and as I sing, again it's a very simple Telugu, so obviously we can kind of connect the substance that I mentioned now to the song itself. Vasudha nivarti devamo, 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 Vasudha nivarti devamune endu kanara Vasudha nivarti devamu. So before proceeding, also another important contribution of Tyagaraja is the development of the Sangati aspect, which we need to kind of focus here. Tyagaraja is supposed to be an architect of Sangatis. So this composition may not have that many Sangatis like a Chakkani Raja or a Dharani Telusukonti. But nevertheless, here you see how, and another important thing about a Sangati is not just that you put together 3-4 phrases or melodic phrases and make a Sangati and then you sing. That is not how a Sangati works. A Sangati is what we call as a melodic progression. So here again, it's very important that when you talk about Shambho Mahadeva, Shambho Mahadeva, and it is also, when I say progression, it means that melodic progression. So obviously in Shambho Mahadeva, which already started on the Sa, there are some limitations also, I would say, in terms of like Shambho, Shambho, that can be the obvious second Sangati. It can't be like Shambho Mahadeva, Shambho Mahadeva. It can't be like that. That'll be a mismatch. So, but here, because of the fact that this composition starts on the Rishabha, on the lower, like Ye Vasudha. So, second, Ye Vasudha. So, Nivarti, that was the first. Eva Sudha Nivarti. Again, the Sangati has to flow along with the ragam. It can't be just that you want to show your virtuosity and you will create whatever Sangati you want in whatever Kala Pramana you want. It doesn't work that way. The next one, Eva Sudha Nivarti. Third one. Fourth one, Eva Sudha Nivarti Deva. So, why Tyagaraja didn't go higher than this? That may be a question. It can progress. But then we also need to keep the aesthetics of the raga in mind. So the maximum Eva Sudha, that is all the aesthetics demands. Theoretically, you can go to Panchama Devata wherever you want. That is a different thing. So Sahana, how best it sounds, how much to explore Sahana, that is all very, very important, and that's where the composers like Tyagaraja stand tall. Coming to the Anupallavi. Bhavugamu kalgi verdillo bhavugamu kalgi verdillo komori sundaresha girisha. So Kovuri is the, again Kovur, mention of the place. Then Sundaresha Girisha, he mentions as the Anupallavi. There is a beautiful Chittaswaram attached to this. Of course, there is a question about whether he composed this Chittaswaram or was it composed later. But nevertheless, sometimes the Chittaswaram fits so beautifully into the composition that it becomes an integral part of the composition. A classic example of a much more common ragam composition like Shobilu Saptaswara, where you would have heard that sa sa pa ni sa ni pa ma ga. It blends so well with the composition that everybody would think that, oh, Tyagaraja probably composed it, but then it was actually composed much later by Karakudi Sambashiva Iyer. Like that, there are many Chittaswarams which came to be composed later. But nevertheless, because of the fact that the composer of the Chittaswara kind of thinks in the thought process of the composer, so then what happens? Both of them kind of seamlessly blend with one another. So here, after this, Kovori Sundaresha Girishari Rigama Parigama Pada Dabagamari Kerisani Risani Da Dani Sarisani Risani Sa Papa Magamari Garisa Sa 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 Papa Pama Da Da Dani Sani Sani Sa Dani Da Pama Da Dani Sari Kamari Garisani Sa Da Pama Dani Sari Sa 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 Babari Gamari Sai Vasudani வட்டி தெய்வமுனே நில்து கனராயே வசுதா. Charanam. I mentioned to you about Aranimishamu. That is, even if you spend half a minute here, it brings so much prosperity. That's what he's conveying here. Sache Karanimishamuni Pura Vasamonarajayo Varimadi Vesatallanu Tolagilchi Dana Rasula Nayu No ಭೂಸುರ ಭಕ್ತಿಯು ತೇಜಮು ನೊಸಗಿ ಭುವನ ಮಂದು ಕೀರ್ತಿಗಲ್ಕ ಜೇಸೆ ದಾಸವರದ ತ್ಯಾಗ ರಾಜ ಹೃದಯ ನಿವಾಸ Chedvilas Sundaresha Re. Then the Chittaswaram comes in. So, and then the composition ends here. So, this is the second composition in Sahana that he has composed on the Kovur Sundareshwara. The third among this is the one in Kalyani Raga, again in a Rupa Kathalam. And this composition also, I would say, is a contrast in terms of the other compositions that is composed in Kalyani. For example, if you take a composition like Yetavunara, or if you take a composition like Nidhi Jagala Sukama. So where the Adhara Shadja kind of gets important prominence, especially in Eta Unara. Each time he comes back to through the development of Sangatis to the Adhara Shadja, like Eta Unara. So the Adhara Shadja becomes like a focal point for the whole composition. Nilagada Niku is where he actually develops the Sangatis in there. But here you see that instead of the Adhara Shadja, it is the Tara Shadja which gets kind of a prominence in the whole composition, like Nammiva Chinananno. As I mentioned earlier, also like Shambho Mahadeva, the whole composition keeps moving towards upwards only throughout the composition here. Let's look at a small gist of the composition before we move to the singing, where he says, kindly protect me who is come trusting to you, O Lord Sundaresha of Kovur, who grants boons by beckoning. Veda, Purana, Agama, Shastra together plead to have a view of your feet. O embodiment of Nada, Nada Rupa, Sri Saundarya Nayaki, he mentions in the Charana, which we'll be singing also to you. O consort of Saundarya Nayaki, O Lord beyond differentiations, that is Rahita, Bheda, Vada, Rahita. He makes a mention of that also here. O Lord Sundaresha, bestower of boons, Varada, that is to this Tyagaraja. Nammiva Chinananno Nayamoga Prova Venammiva Chinananno Nayamoga Prova Venino Naviva Chinananno Nayamu Gaya Brova Venino Namiva Chinananno Nayamu Gaya Brova Venino Namiva Chinananno Nayamu Gaya Brova ಕೊಮ್ಮನಿ ವರಮೂಲ ನೊಸಗೆ ಕೊಮ್ಮನಿ ವರಮೂಲ ನೊಸಗೆ ಕೋವೂರಿ ಸುಂದರೇಶ ಕೋವೂರಿ ಸುಂದರೇಶ the deity he mentions here. ಕೊಮ್ಮನಿ ಪರಮೂಲ ನೊಸಗೆ ಕೋವೂರಿ ಸುಂದರೇಶ ನಮಿವ ಚೀನನಲ್ ನೋನಯವು ಗಯ ಪ್ರೋವವೆ ನೀನು ನಮಿವ ಚೀನನಲ್ ನೋನಯಮು ಗಯ ಬ್ರೋವವೆ ವೇದ ಪುರಾಣಾಗಮ ಶಾಸ್ತ್ರದುಲುಗುಮಿ ಕೂಡಿ ಪದಮುಲನು ಕನಜಾಲಪದಿ ಮಾಲಿ ವೇಡಿ ಬ್ಯೂಟಿಫುಲಿ describes ನಾದರೂಪ ಶ್ರೀ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ನಾಯಕಿ ಪತೆ ಭೇದವಾದ ರಹಿತ ತ್ಯಾಗರಾಜ ವರದ ಸುಂದರೇಶ್ವರ ನಿನ್ನು ಸೋಹ್ಯ ನಾದರೂಪ ಶ್ರೀ ಸೌಂದರ್ಯ ನಾಯಕಿ ಪತೆ ಭೇದವಾದ ರಹಿತ ತ್ಯಾಗ ರಾಜ ವರದ ಸುಂದರೇಶ್ವರ ನೀನು ನಮಿವ ಚೀನನಯಮು ಗಯ ಬ್ರೋವವೆ ನೀನು ನಮಿವ ಚೀನನಲ್ ನಯಮು ಗಯ ಬ್ರೋವವೆ. The fourth in this set of Kovur Pancharatnam is the one in Karahara Priya, Kori Sevimparare. And here again, we would say that Karahara Priya, when we talk about Karahara Priya, mention of the name itself, we immediately can only think of Tyagaraja because of the exalted status that he gave to this ragam through his immortal compositions. Of course, later on Papanasam Sivan came and he continued there and tried to kind of discover some dimensions which Tyagaraja didn't do. But the pioneer, I would say, in terms of giving such a beautiful and magnificent status to Karahara Priya is Tyagaraja. And of course, when you talk about Karahara Priya, immediately that only comes to our mind. But here, in this particular composition, Kori Sevimparare, it is, I would say, more a nutshell way of presenting Karahara Priya than how in Chakani Raja it's like a layer by layer, layer by layer. It's like, I would say, like a flower, unfolding of the bud into a flower, like that. In Chakani Raja, you would see like each step is like a beautiful unfoldment there. But here, again, we have to also understand that in some compositions, the raga becomes very, very important. So in Chakani Raja, I would probably say that it is more important is the Karahara Priya there and its Swarupa, rather than what he wants to convey in the Sahitya. So, Chakani, like you would have seen that each time he is developing Sangatis, so where the Karahara Priya actually becomes the important thing. In all the group kritis, what is important is the Sahitya, where the content of the lyrics and what he is trying to convey in terms of the Sahitya Bhava is more important. So I would say here more like the Karahara Priya becomes like a tool to kind of bring about the whole contour of the intent of the Sahitya of the composition. We will I will read the gist. Kori Sevimparare. Come, let us yearn to worship so that our wishes could be fulfilled. Come, let us yearn to worship Lord Sundareshwara of the prosperous and beautiful town of Kovuri again, so that our wishes could be fulfilled. And in the Charanam, it's very, very beautiful Charanam that he has given us. As the celestials worship the Lord with golden flowers of 1,000 hues, as Brahmins, Bhusurulu and Sanaka and other great sages extol the Lord, come, in order that wishes could be fulfilled, let us yearn to worship Lord Sundareshwara. And describing the Lord, he says, the Lord Sundareshwara, the consort of Mother Sri Saundarya Naika, the bestower of boons, Varaduni, to this Tyagaraja, the Supreme Lord Paramatmuni, and the Lord Shiva who is holding court with the intent of bestowing prosperity. Now we look into the composition here. Kori sevyuparare korke lidera kori sevyuparare korke lidera kori sevyuparare korke lidera kori sevyuparare korke lidera kori sevyuparare. In the Anupallavi, there are just 2 lines. So, rather one, Sri Ramani Karamau Kovuri Sundareshwarani, that's all is mentioned. So, again, Kovuri Sundareshwarani, the Sundareshwara at Kovur. Sri Ramani Karamau Kovuri Sundareshwarani Kori se in the Charanam. Surulu veyi vanne bangaru virulache pujimpaka bhusurulu senakayadi mauni varulu nutyo paga siruli tunani koluvayunde Sri Saundarya Nayika. So here he mentions again Sri Saundarya Nayika, that is a consort of Sundareshwara here. Then Varuni Shri Tyagaraja Varaduni Paramatmuni Haruni Kori se vyuparare korke lidera kori se vyuparare. We now come to the 5th of the Kovur Pancharatnam. Already since you're running a bit late, so I will try to keep as brief as possible. The last one in Shankarabharanam again is a beautiful one. We saw 2 in Rupagatala, 2 in again in Adi Urukalai. This particular composition in Shankarabharanam is an Adi Talam Rendukalai. And also the fact that unlike the other 4 compositions, there are 3 charanas in this. And the charanas also, the words have a beautiful, there's a word play here. And we'll just look into that also here. And here again, as I said earlier also, unlike the Yenduku Pedala or Swararaga Sudha, where the composition, that is the place, that is the heart of Shankarapuranam, rather the Gandharam again. Ga, ga, ma, ga, 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 ma, pa, ma, ga. But he kinds of puts all this aside and he starts the song as Sundareshwar Runi, where I'm also reminded of a similar thing of Shyama Sastri. Saroja Dala Netri Himagiri Putri. Both these songs, actually, if you keep side by side and see, you would see a lot of similarities in terms of the whole melodic structure of the whole composition itself, where there Samagana, where like that in the similarly Raja Rajuniki, like that you would see the charanam. And also interestingly, this one particular composition has got a Madhyamagala kind of a charanam, which is quite unlikely of the Tyagaraja. We see that the Madhyamagala charanam is more a part of Dikshitar's compositions, but here we see that there are 3 charanams and all of them are in more like a Madhyamagala. Just a gist of the song here, that again here there's a beautiful description of the Lord, and he says, after having beheld the Lord Sundareshwara, would one's mind like to look at the celestials? What a beautiful way of even looking at the Lord. And he says that after having beheld our charming Lord Sundareshwara, who sports digit of the moon on the head, the intimate friend of Kubera, abiding in the beautiful town of Kovur, equivalent to the sacred Kashi. Here again he makes a mention of Kashi and says that visiting Kovur is as significant or as sacred as kind of going to Kashi itself. So that again magnifies the significance of this place in terms of the being a great Punya Sthalam as equal to the Kashi. And the Lord bereft of the quality of passion or action, the great Lord worshipped by this Tyagaraja, the Lord of Snow Mountain, resplendent with gold anklets in the holy feet, pair of diamond bracelets in the hands, and the tilaka in the forehead. And as Brahma and other celestials are one side, celestials dancing girls on another side, celestial musicians, Tumburu, Sage, Narada and others on yet another side, all the devotees yet on another side are singing in praise of the Lord. Would one's mind like to look at the celestials when there's such a beautiful Lord standing in front of us? That is the gist of this particular composition. Here, that where I was mentioning about the one side, there's a beautiful way he has used the word Okacho here in the charanam, the second charanam. I'll be singing to you only the Mudra charanam, so I'll just read it. Okacho Brahmadi Surulu, Okacho Nirjara Vara Tarunulu. So Okacho, again each line starts on that word and carries so much of beautiful meaning also in the context here. That is on one side. On one side he says that this is there, that is there, this is there. So with so many things happening around Sundareshwar, why should we even look at the celestials? And the last charana, again the word Raja has been so beautifully used. Raja Rajuniki Chelikadaina Raja Shekaruni Gopura Nilayuni Rajasa Guna Rahituni Sri Tyaga Raja. So Tyaga goes in the front and the Raja comes to the next line to kind of form the prasa. Raja Pujituni Rajata Girishuni. So how beautifully the Ra sound and the Raja has been so beautifully used is something for us to look out here. So the composition starts on a rendikale, again a bright start. As I mentioned, when you glorify the Lord, you always look up, not down. So in that sense, the melody also is kind of looking up here like Sundareshwar Rubuni Sundareshwar Rubuni Sundareshwar manasu vachuna sudare. So this is how the Pallavi goes. Then Anupallavi. Andamugala Kashi ki samana. The one I mentioned to you about how visiting Kovur is as sacred as visiting Kashi. So, Maina Gopura Maldu Velayu Ma Suldare Shwarubudni. There are 3 charanas. I'll just sing the Mudra charana for you. Rajarajuniki Chalikadaina Rajashekaruni Gopuranilayuni Raja Gunaragituni Sridhyaga Raja Pujituni Rajatagiri Shuni Suldare Shwaruni. Of course, this subject of Kovur Pancharatnam or any Pancharatnam for that matter offers a lot of material for us in terms of the temples that we are talking about or the deity and the historical background. But within the kind of stipulated time that has been given to me, I could probably just give you a gist of the compositions that were part of the Kovur Pancharatnam. Nevertheless, when we look at all these group kritis, the group kritis actually are very, very important in our Carnatic music, where Dikshadhar has composed the Navagraha kritis, the Kamalamba Navavanas, the Nilotpala Navavana kritis, like this, or even Uthugad has composed the Saptaratnas, or in Tyagaraja, we obviously know the Kovur Pancharatnam, Sriranga Pancharatnam, Lalgudi Pancharatnam, the Ganaraga Pancharatnam, like this. Of course, the Ganaraga Pancharatnam is a different class where it does not have a commonality of a theme, like the ones we are talking about here, where all the compositions in the Kovur Pancharatnam were on praise of Sundareshwara and Saundarya Nayaki here. But nevertheless, these are all very important, I would say, in terms of giving us a complete description of the Lord. And probably, even if you have not visited the temple, by listening to these compositions and reading the meaning of the composition, you can even mentally visualize what a beautiful temple, this such an old temple it is, and going there, and it is probably our also great. We are all blessed that Tyagaraja visited this place. Because of his visiting this place only, we were able to get this, the 5 Pancharatnams. The Ratnam means the most precious stones. So Pancharatnam that we have got on Kovur is because of his going to the temple there. So first thing, of course, for us, at least those who have not visited the Kovur temple now, I think these compositions would be an inspiration now to go back to the temple. Or even if you have visited the temple, sometimes we just go around, we are so obsessed with going around the temple and thinking, okay, my job is done. So it is not like that. So next time we go, we look more intently into the deity itself and see what all he has tried to describe in that particular composition. So that way, these compositions are very, very important also in terms of understanding that particular temple and its history. I once again would like to thank Swamiji for giving me this wonderful opportunity, I would say, to kind of touch the tip of the iceberg. These are all oceans, actually. So for us to at least kind of, go to the seashore and try to have a glimpse of the sea. It's like that only. So once again, Swamiji, thank you for giving me this wonderful opportunity. Thank you for the wonderful audience who have been sitting through this. My namaskarams to all of you.
Next is Dr. Nityashri, accomplished Veena artist, a scholar, currently serves as visiting faculty member at the University of Madras. In Tamil Nadu, Dr. J. Jayalalitha, Music and Finance University. She holds a PhD in music, specializing in the Manam Buchavadi, Sishya Parampara Tyagaraja, and was trained by illustrious gurus including Sri S.D. Sridharan and Sri Chitraveena Ganesh. A great performer, she excels in solo recitals and classical ensembles alongside instruments like Nagaswaram and violin. She was honored as Obul Reddy Endowment Award for Senior Veena Artist by Narada Gana Sabha. Shri S. Nityashri.
A very good afternoon and namaskaram to one and all present here. We shall now be presenting Tyagaraja Sriranga Pancharatna Kritis in this symposium on Tirtha and Tyagaraja. With me I have Samyukta and Samhita on vocals and Sri Subramani on the mridangam. At the outset I would like to thank our Guru Sri S.T. Sridharan for teaching us all the songs and preparing us for the presentation. Starting off, unlike the other kshetrams which Tyagaraja visited, like we saw Kovur and Thiruvattur this morning, and Lalgudi and the other Pancharatnams he has composed, Tyagaraja actually went to be with his disciples, and at those temples in the localities he composed the Pancharatnams. But Srirangam is not such a case. Lord Sri Ranganatha happens to be the family deity of Sri Ramachandramurti. So Lord Sri Rama himself has worshipped Lord Ranganatha as his family deity, and Tyagaraja being a Rama Bhakta, and that must have inspired him to visit Srirangam and compose, because we don't have any evidence of him staying with his disciples or anybody inviting to Srirangam as such. So out of his devotion to Lord Sri Rama and Lord Sri Rama's ultimate deity Ranganatha, Tyagaraja has visited Srirangam and composed 5 compositions. Before we go into the compositions, a brief introduction about Srirangam and how the temple came into being. So the Ranga Vimanam, which we get to see at Srirangam, the Ranga Vimanam is the one, the tower which houses Lord Ranganatha himself. So this came to Srirangam because of Brahma's penance. So Brahma does penance and gets this Ranga Vimanam. He assigns sun god to perform the worship of Ranga Vimanam every day. And when Ikshvaku, Surya Vamsathilirundhu irukkira Ikshvakungra Raja, he comes to earth and rule Ayodhya. Ayodhyaku varumbodhu, he requests Brahma and brings the Ranga Vimanam to Ayodhya to keep it there and worship as his Kuladevam. So that's how the Ranga Vimanam comes to earth. And Rama, who much later is born in the Ikshvaku Vamsa, he also gets to worship the same Ranga Vimanam. That is how it has come to earth. And finally, after Ravana Samharam, Rama makes Vibhishana the king of Lanka, and he gives him the Ranga Vimanam, which he can have at Lanka and worship as his family deity before Rama goes off this world. But unfortunately, while traveling to Lanka, Vibhishana places this Ranga Vimanam in the banks of river Kaveri to perform his daily puja, and the Vimanam refuses to move from the banks of Kaveri. It remained there forever. And as per the Lord's wish, he wanted to stay at Kaveri's banks, and that's how the Ranga Vimanam remains at Kaveri till date. Okay. And over generations, there have been many invasions on the Ranganatha temple, and the Muslim invasions, the Saivites have also caused some trouble according to history. So every time the temple has been restored to its original glory, and by some, maybe it was a king or it was some other ruler, or even all those records are available. This is the Ranga Vimanam. This is covered in gold, and this was, and the gold covering was done by Jatavarman Sundara Pandyan, a king belonged to the Pandya dynasty. And the temple, the first temple around the Ranga Vimanam was built by a Chola king called Dharmavarma. We do not know his exact time period, but it was built by him. And after some time, floods in the Kaveri have ruined the temple. The temple full of cover aravukku or mosamana flood vandu. It was covered with sand, and trees have grown on the temple. Nobody knows such a temple exists. And later, another Chola king, who is referred to as Kili Chola, he finds the temple. He is resting under a tree, and a parrot in the tree keeps telling that there is such a temple here, where Rangasai, the Kaveri is similar to Vraja Nadi in Sri Vaikundam, and the Rangasai in the temple is Lord Paramapadanathan himself. Appadinu Gramadri or sloka, I given sloka, I am not sure, it is very clear. So Kaveri Viraja Seyam Vaikuntam Ranga Mandiram Savasudevo Rangeshaha Pratyaksham Paramam Padam. So the parrot keeps saying this sloka again and again, and the king tries to find out where the temple is, and he orders to be that place to be cleared, and he finally finds the Ranga Vimanam under the sand derpis, and he again constructs a bigger temple after he finds out it, and then he rules over the temple there. And we also find a lot of references to Srirangam right from Sangam period, and in works like Agananuru, Purananuru and Paripadal, we find references to the Lord as Nedumal or Mayon, Nidiyon அப்படின்ற references எல்லாம் இருக்கு. சிலப்பதிகாரத்தில் we find a verse saying ஆயிரம் விருத்தெழு தலையுடை அருந்ததியர்பார் பள்ளி பலர் தொழுதேத்த விரிதிரை காவிரி வியன் பெரு துருத்தி திருமலர் மார்பன் கிடந்த வண்ணமும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி காவேரி கரையில் the Lord Ranganatha is reclining along with Sridevi in his chest அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சிலப்பதிகாரத்தில் also we find a reference to Ranganatha being mentioned. And all the Alvars except Madhurakavi Alvar have sung about Ranganatha. We have 247 Basurams by different Alvars about Lord Ranganatha. And the Arangetram of Kamba Ramayanam was also performed at Srirangam temple. We have a mandapam dedicated to that, and it was at the same mandapam. Later, Arunachala Kavirayar also wanted to do the Arangetram of his Ramanataka Kirtanas, and that also happened in the same temple at that mandapam. So about the temple, it spans 156 acres, one of the largest functioning temples in the world. It has 21 gopurams, 39 pavilions, 50 shrines and 9 sacred water ponds associated with the temple. And right from 9th century onwards, we find various inscriptions in the temple referring to contributions by the kings, the local people, the patrons, philanthropists. So many of them have contributed. Until recent times, Pacheppa Mudalayar of Kanchipuram, he donated about 1 lakh varahans of gold to the temple to feed the Brahmins, and not for the temple service, but to feed the Brahmins of Srirangam. Also there are endowments, and the temple was a very important social structure where the granaries, the images you see there are granaries which were used to store food, grains, pulses, rice and so on. So they can store tons of food in case of some natural disaster or drought or some invasions happening. Those food materials could be used for the people. And also the Pushkarani or the ponds of the temple, they could store up to 2 million liters of water. And the temple also had Arogya Shala, a very rare case. We don't find hospitals attached to temples, but this temple also had an Arogya Shala to support the people in case of illness. So it was a proper social system more than a temple. And unlike in other temples where Tyagaraja went and sang and popularized the temple, in this temple music was already an important part of worship, and there have been many occasions where music is given importance, right from Tirumangai Alvar's time, where Tirumangai Alvar sings to Lord Ranganatha and pleads that the Tamil Pasurams, Divya Prabandhams should also be given equal status according to as much as the Vedas that were recited in the temple. And the Lord, after listening to his pleasing music, is said to have granted that wish. And also it is said that the Lord commanded to give the oil which was used to anoint his body to Tirumangai Alvar to apply in his neck and relieve his strain of singing so many pasurams. He sang the entire Tirunedandandagam in front of the Lord, and he got it granted that all the Divya Prabandha Pasaram should be given equal status to that of the Vedas, and he got that happened. And he also started the Arayar Sevai tradition, where the Arayars are people who sing and dance to the verses of Divya Prabandham during the Adhyana Utsavam, which happens in the temple. So that Arayar Sevai tradition, though there was a break in between, it was revived by Nadamunigal much later, and it continues till date. Even now during the month of Margazhi, if we visit Srirangam, we can see the Arayar Sevai where Divya Prabandham Pasarams are sung and danced. And also another tradition, when the Muslim invasion took place in the earlier times of Malik Kafur, the idols were taken away by the Muslims, and it is said that they reached Delhi with all the idols of the Vigrahams of the Utsava Murtis. And the Sultan's daughter was playing with the idol, and the Vaishnavites who went from Srirangam to retrieve that, they had to again perform music and dance to entertain the Sultan, and he was pleased with their performance and he gave them back the idols. But however, the Sultan's daughter could not bear the separation, and she lost her life. She died of the sorrow. And She is worshipped as Tulika Nachiyar in the form of a picture in the temple. The picture is shown there. You can see with her horse, and she is said to have come down from Delhi to Srirangam to be with the idol again, but she could not find the idol back because they had protected it in a very safe place. So she left her life out of deep love, and she is worshipped as Tulika Nachiyar in the temple. We have this picture form of her being worshipped there. And again, the Arayars have a tradition. We can see Arayars there performing in front of the Lord. And again, when Ramanuja had to come to Srirangam from Kanjipuram, Alamandar had to go sing to Lord Varadaraja to grant him permission to take Ramanuja from Kanjipuram to Srirangam. There again we find music playing an important role, and Varadaraja said, when the apt time comes, I'll send him. And Ramanuja later comes to Srirangam, and he reformed the functioning of the temple to a great extent. It is followed till date according to his methodology. We also have this tradition of Veena Ekantam in the temple. Every day in the morning and in the night, the deity is awakened and put to sleep only with the music of Veena. So, and also during Adhyayana Utsavam, they have in the Rapat, in the days after the Vaikuntha Ekadasi, the 10 days, every day night, they have this Veena Ekanta Seva, where they stand in front of the deity and perform the Divya Prabandham Pasurams. And recent tradition, they have also included some kritis of Tyagaraja Swami, even Orangashahi is performed on the Veena in the temple, and a few Divinama kritis, and also other composers like Dikshitar, Sadashivarao, their compositions are also performed in the Veena Ekantam. And it is again a very old tradition, right from Ramanuja's time period we have this. He appointed a group of people called Satya Kutatar from the nearby village to perform this Veena Ekantam service every day. And then we come to the Chitra Utsavam. It is that time when Tyagaraja visited Srirangam. Srirangam is a temple where we have festivals happening around the year. Almost 322 days of the year there are some festival, and every month there is some festival, and Chitra Utsavam is one such which happens in the month of April. Chitra in Tamil. Okay. It was at this time when Tyagaraja visits the temple. And Tyagaraja, this Chitra Utsavam is also called as Viruppan Tirunal because it was started by a ruler called Viruppan Udayar, who was Bukka II, Vijayanagara ruler, avaruடைய grandson. Okay, he started this Viruppan Tirunal. Because he started, it is called as Viruppan Tirunal. It is celebrated in the month of Chitra, and from the year 1383 it has been celebrated every year without a break. And this Viruppan Udayar appealed to the people of the nearby villages also to come together to celebrate the festival, because the temple was reopened after renovation after the Muslim invasions, and so he appeals the people of nearby villages to come and participate in the festival. And even now Chitra Utsavam witnesses all the villagers from the nearby towns visiting the temple and offering their cattle or their farm produces, agricultural produces like paddy and so on to the temple. And especially Chitra Ter is celebrated in a very grand manner with a huge crowd thronging the temple town of Srirangam, because it happens on Revati Nakshatram, the birth star of Ranganatha Swami. So Tyagaraja went to Srirangam in the year 1839, according to references from Professor Samamurthy's book. He was 72 years old when he went to Srirangam, and he was accompanied by his wife and also his disciples, led by his senior most disciple Tanjore Ramarao. And he started after the Saptasthanam festival in Tiruvayyaru. So Saptasthanam is a festival in Tiruvayyaru where the Panchanadishwarar visits 7 temples around Tiruvayyaru in the month of April. So after that festival, Tyagaraja sets out on his journey to Srirangam, and he reaches Srirangam when the Chitra Utsavam was happening at the temple. Okay. And after Srirangam, he visited the other places like Kovur, Lalgudi, and Thiruvattriyur and so on, and he returned back to Tiruvayyaru in the month of October. So he had a tour of 7 months from April to October. So at Srirangam, these are the 5 compositions which are mentioned as Sriranga Pancharatnam. Raju Vedale in the Ragam Todi, Vinaradhana in Devagandhari, Orangashahi in Kamboji, Jutamurare in Arabi, and Karuna Jodavaya in the Ragam Saranga. These are the 5 compositions in which he sings about Lord Ranganatha. we first present Vinarada Namanavi in the Ragam Deva Gandhari. It is a composition on the golden horse Vahanam of the Chitra Utsavam. Every day he comes mounting on some different Vahanam, and on the 8th day it is Gudra Vaganam, or the golden horse, which happens in the night of the 8th day. And here Tyagaraja describes the site of the Gudra Vaganam. There is also a story associated that Tyagaraja couldn't have a sight of the deity, and it is said that a priest, the Lord through a priest commanded to bring Tyagaraja closer and have a darshan. However, this is not present in all the biographies, so there is also a legend that it so happened, and after Tyagaraja sang Vinarada Namanavi, adukapram the procession move anada, there is a story. And so there are 13 compositions by Tyagaraja in Devagandhari Ragam, and of these Vinarada Namanavi is a very popular composition which is often sung in concerts, and this Ragam portrays Bhakti and Veera Rasa. We present the song now.
Vinarada Namanavi
This is the Golden Horse Vahanam during Chitra Utsavam. This is the Chitra Veedi where the Lord comes in procession. A view of that. This event is called as Vayali, where the deity is taken in procession running. Next we present O Rangashayi in Kamboji Ragam set to Aditalam. In this group of 5 compositions, O Rangashayi is the only one in Rendikala Aditalam, a grand composition in Kamboji. And we find this verses of Sri Rangam Pancharatnam compositions are inscribed in the southern entrance of the temple. Rangaranga Gopuram, there is a Gopuram, and the Gopuram Ulla Pogumbodi. You will find these songs inscribed in the walls of the temple. And this particular composition describes Sri Rangam as Bhuloga Vaikuntam, and this term Orangashayi and Vaikuntam are likely to be taken from the parrot's verse we saw in the first slide. So Adiliyum we find Rangashayinam and Vaikuntam. From that maybe Tyagaraja was inspired to use these words. And this was said to be composed by Tyagaraja after he witnessed the Muttangi Seve of Ranganathar. Muttangi Seve is a dress made of pearls which is worn by the Lord. So we present the Kriti now.
ರಂಗವರು
that is the Mutangi Sevai of the Moolavar and the Utsavar. This again happens during Adhyayana Utsavam in the month of Margazhi. Utsava's Mutangi is during Shankranti on the day of Kanu. The next composition is Raju Vedale in the Ragam Todi Setarupa Katalam. This was sung by Tyagaraja. Then he witnessed the silver horse procession of the Chitra Utsavam on the morning of the 8th day. And he describes the procession, the way he saw the deity, full apde Ratnanta jewel studded procession வரும்போது பாட்டு பாடுறது அப்படியே தேவலோகத்திலிருந்து எல்லாரும் பார்த்து பூஜை பண்ணுற மாதிரி ஒரு கண்கொள்ளா காட்சியாக he describes this particular song. And the river Kaveri Tiramunanu Pavanamagu Rangapurinini, he says Srirangam located in the banks of the river Kaveri. And Kaveri again holds a very special place in Srirangam. The everyday rituals water, temple rituals water, they take it from Kaveri. And annually, during the Adi Perukku, the 18 Perukku or 28 Perukku as the case may be, the Lord Ranganatha sends his garland, a new saree and a gold coin to be offered to Kaveri every year during Adi Perukku. So, avaroda yana mela urvalama urla eduthannu poi they offer it to Kaveri at Amma Mandapam every year during the Adi Perukku Utsavam. So, we will now present Raju Vedale in Todi Ragam, the silver horse procession.
Raju Vedale Juta Murare Raju Vedale Juta
The Silver Horse Vaganam procession. The next composition we present is Karuna Jodavaya in the Ragam Saranga. Ragatoda Perliye Ranga irukku Saranga. This is also a composition in one radam Aditalam, like Vinaradhana Manavi. In this Kriti, Tyagaraja mentions about the Upayanachmas, the consorts of the Lord, and also all the Alvars in the temple. The Alvars also get special respects, they do respects for all their music during the Adhyayana Utsavam in Margazhi of every year. And a gentle composition where Tyagaraja pleads to the Lord to hold his hands and take him as his devotee.
Karuna Jodavaya, Karuna Jodavaya, Mayaya, Karuna Jodavaya, Mayaya, Karuna Jodavaya, Mayaya, Karuna Jodavaya, Mayaya. Karuna Jodavaya.
final song of this group we will be presenting is Juta Murare in the Ragam Arabi, again set to Rupakatalam. In this song, Tyagaraja mentions Ranganatha is the one who was worshipped by Sri Rama. He mentions Sitapati Pujutata, and he describes the Lord with various adjectives, and this song has 3 charanams unlike the other songs. And Vinarada Namanami has 2 charanams and Juta Murare has 3 charanams. The other songs have only 1 charanam. Juta Murare in Arabi, in the picture we can see Rama is worshipping Ranganatha along with his family Lakshmana, Bharata, Shatrugna and their respective wives. So we present the song.
Juta Murare, Juta Murare, Juta Murare, Juta Murare, Juta Murare,
some observations from this presentation of Sri Ranga Pancharatnams. So, as I mentioned earlier, Tyagaraja visited Sri Rangam to have a darshan of his Ishta Devata, Rama's deity, Sri Ranganatha. And whereas in other places like Kovur, Lalgudi and Thiruvattriyur, he went to be with his disciples, maybe Veena Kuppayar or Kovur, Sundaresa Mudalayar. He went to be with them and he composed in other shrines. The choice of ragas and talas of these compositions, like Arabi and Devagatari together, 2 compositions in one Redam Aditalam and 2 in Rupakatalam, all these suggest maybe they were not composed at the same point of time. Srirangam போனப்பவே எல்லாமே பண்ணிருக்கணும்னு இல்லை, because the ragas and talas are such. And only Raju Vedale and Vinaradha Namenavi mention about the horse processions. மற்ற எந்த பாட்டிலையும் அந்த உற்சவம் பற்றியோ or general description of இது இல்லை. ஸோ எல்லாமே ரங்கநாதரை பற்றி ஒரு வேண்டின்னு பாடுற பாட்டாக தான் இருக்குது. ஸோ மேபி he composed other songs on other occasions, or it was a spontaneous outpour of bhakti, the ragas and talas so happened to be. Could be the reason. And also from the fact that he sang O Rangashayi after witnessing the Muttangi Sevai, we do not have Muttangi Sevai throughout the year. It happens only in the month of Margazhi. Also the Arvas procession also happens only in the month of Margazhi, but Tyagaraja visited in Chitrai, so maybe he was well aware of the rituals of the temples and he composed the other compositions. That is another aspect I have noticed. And Maharajapuram Vishwanath Iyer, he has written an article in the Music Academy's journal during Tyagaraja's centenary year in 1947, and he mentions that the Yadukula Kamboji composition Hecharika Garara was also part of Srirangam compositions by Tyagaraja, though he does not mention Ranganatha or Rangapuri in that composition. It is said that his Sishyas used to say it was Tyagaraja's way of describing the Ekanta Seva that again happened during the month of Margazhi in the Utsavam. So that is also said to be a part of Sri Rangam Pancharatnam compositions. And Lord Ranganatha has this glory of never forsaking anyone who sings his praise. We have seen this from time to time, right from granting Tirumangai Alva's wish and the Arayar Sevai, the Veena Ekantam, all musical. And one instance of an Arayar who left his service to the temple to go to another village and to live with another woman, and it is said that Lord himself went in procession to that particular village out of his way, and the Arayar who was overwhelmed had to come back to the Lord. He could not resist his separation with the Lord and he came back to the temple. So adu madri anyone who musically approaches the Lord is always one with the Lord. He never lets them go away from his circle, and so are we today. And we had this great opportunity of learning the Sri Ranga Pancharatnam and performing. We also saw Tyagaraja's composition being given a place in the temple. They are inscribed in the entrance walls of the South Gopuram, and also they are performed in the Veena Ekantam. So we also had this great opportunity to sing his praise today and join his contingents of great devotees, and we'll always be in the service of the Lord. And we are thankful to that for Sunada Trust and Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation for giving us this opportunity, present this lecture and learn these songs and present it today. Thank you so much.
Podium only, okay. So next artist is Dr. Niranjana Srinivasan on Tiruvayyaru. Compositions on Swami Pranadarthi Hara and Goddess Dharma Sambardhini. Dr. Niranjana Srinivasan is a Carnatic vocalist, A-graded artist for All India Radio. A disciple of Lalita Shivkumar for 20 years, she holds a PhD in music from the University of Madras. She has served as faculty at Tamil Nadu Dr. J. Jayalalitha Music and Fine Arts University. She performs extensively in India or abroad, with her repertoire spanning major composers and specializing in Ragam Tanam Pallavi. Her accolades include Yuvakala Bharati Award and multiple Best Vocalist honors from major Chennai Sabhas. Dr. Niranjana Srinivasan.
Good afternoon all. Namaskarams to all. Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Today's presentation will be on the Kritis on Swami Pranadarthi Hara and Goddess Dharma Sambardhini, composed by Tyagaraja on the Kshetra Tiruvayyaru. This study evaluates Tyagaraja as a philosopher-musician whose works articulates a systematic ideology of Nadam, a conversational model of bhakti, and a structurally transformative reconfiguration of a Carnatic Kriti. While Tyagaraja is conventionally celebrated as Rama Bhakta and a central figure of the Carnatic Trinity, alongside Muthuswami Dikshitar and Shama Shastri, this article argues that his compositions reflect a broad and inclusive framework of beliefs, interpretations, and perspectives, understanding the world, humanity, and existence through the lens of faith, divine revelation, and nature of God, in which music itself becomes a sacred medium. Rooted in the principles of Nada Upasana, the worship of the divine through sound, Tyagaraja works situate devotion within specific sacred spaces while simultaneously transcending them. Through references to temples, deities, and pilgrimage centers, he embeds music within lived sacred geography, yet at a deeper level, his kritis articulate a relational devotional metaphysics where the bond between the individual soul and the divine is expressed as a dialogue, surrender, longing, questioning, and grace. His compositional corpus is not merely a collection of devotional compositions, but a sustained spiritual philosophy articulated through raga, tala, and poetic expression. Focusing on his Kshetra Kritis on Pranadarthi Hara and Dhamma Sambardhini of Tiruvayyaru, situated within the ritual culture of the Ayyarappar temple, this study also integrates linguistic analysis of Telugu and Sanskrit texts with, of course, references to the raga and the structure of the kritis. It demonstrates that Tyagaraja's compositions enact a theological movement from profound spiritual shift, experiencing the divine as the vast, universal, and impersonal force to encountering it as a close, personal, and loving presence, bringing that expanded consciousness into the heart through devotion and prayer, thereby shaping the aesthetic grammar of our art of Carnatic tradition as well. The sacred sound in Tyagaraja is not merely artistic expression, it is indeed a philosophy at last. So the figure of Tyagaraja occupies a nearly mythic place in South Indian classical music. Tyagaraja's biographies portray him as an uncompromising devotee of Rama who has rejected royal patronage in favor of spiritual pursuit. He is celebrated as a prolific composer whose kritis form the backbone of the Carnatic repertoire. Tyagaraja may be hailed as a philosophical musician. He expresses devotion philosophically, but at the same time, his compositions are a fundamental expression of reality, time, and existence. His approach is rooted in the belief that truth is revealed through relationship and encounter rather than just a doctrine. His structural innovations reshape the Carnatic compositional architecture. His works integrate geography into music experience, describes a theological approach that moves beyond the rigid, narrow, or exclusive claims of specific religious domination or group, aiming instead for a more universal, inclusive, or a pluralistic understanding of divine truth. The above is ascertained specifically to his Saiva and Shakti Kshetra Kritis composed in Tiruvayyaru, the town where he spent most of his life. His group Kritis are enriched with many characteristics. Contextual devotion, which means a direct reference to the presiding deity of the temple. The raga choice he has made. He has chosen all major Rakti ragas for composing these compositions. The structured grandeur, the architectural density, like the compositions can be used at any part of a Carnatic concert. It can be sung as one of the main kritis as well. The personal voice that he has portrayed, even while addressing different deities, the emotional tone remains introspective and bhakti-centered. Compared to Muthuswami Dikshitar, Tyagaraja's references for iconographic details may be less descriptive, but it's very more emotive. Moving on to the crux of the topic. The geography and the sonic ecology of Tiruvayyaru. Tiruvayyaru, a town in the Thanjavur district of Tamil Nadu, a significant place where place where the 5 rivers, namely Kaveri, Vadavaru, Vennaru, Vettaru, Kudamurittiyaaru, இந்த 5 ஆறுகளும் சேர்ந்த இடம் தான் பஞ்சநதீஸ்வரர் என்ற பெயர் வந்திருக்கு. So பஞ்சநதீஸ்வரர் ஐயாரப்பர் temple, it stands at the center of this beautiful landscape. The presiding deity is Shiva as Pranatarthi Hara. His consort, his wife, is Dharma Samvardhini. A historic Shiva temple where Tyagaraja often worshipped. He composed compositions dedicated to the presiding deities here. It is therefore implausible to imagine his devotional imagination as exclusively Vaishnava. Tyagaraja lived in this environment from childhood until attaining Samadhi. Together, Swami Pranatarthi Hara and Goddess Dharma Samvardhini represent the theological unity of Shiva and Shakti, compassion and dharma, transcendence and eminence, embedded within ritual, musical and sacred geography of Tiruvayyaru. Special mention to the Valmiki Mandapam, which is an area within the ashram where the same compositions are still engraved on the marble slabs for all the visitors to read. Tyagaraja's theology rests fundamentally on nada. Nada in Indian aesthetic thought is not simply sound. It is vibratory principle. It is a manifestation of Brahman. It's a bridge between the material and the transcendent. In Tyagaraja's vision, music devoid of bhakti is spiritually empty. Bhakti devoid of nada lacks embodied realization. When I say Tiruvayyaru, the immediate thing that comes to our minds is the annual Tyagaraja Aradhana that happens every year. So musicians gather not merely to perform, but to offer a collective nada as devotion. So then music becomes offering, which is Aradhana, discipline, which is sadhana, revelation, which is anubhava. So the kritis on Panchanadishwar Kshetra, Tiruvayyaru, There are many kritis. It has not been consolidated as a Pancharatna like the other Kovur, Lalgudi, Sri Rangam. There are kritis, there are almost 10 kritis composed on these, on God Pranatarti Hara and Dharma Samvardhini. I have chosen 5 kritis to mention. So, Panchanadishwarar kritis Ilalo Pranatarti Hara in Raga Atana, Yavaru Naru Bhrova in Malavashri, Ehi Triga Tri Jagadisha in Saranga. So, to begin with, the philological and theological, the literary beauty and the doctrine of the kritis I would like to first address. Ilalo Pranatarti Harudu in the Ragam Atana set to Adi Thadam. Pranatarti Hara, Pranata is those who bow down, devotees. Arti is Pranatarti Hara, the remover of the suffering of devotees. So Shankara is attaining the maker, the giver, the one who causes, the one who destroys the sins, and the giver of auspiciousness and happiness. So the song portrays a deeply personal devotional lament addressed to the Lord of Thiruvayaru, invoked as a sovereign of 5 sacred rivers as the deity celebrated by Tyagaraja. Tyagaraja recalls acts of complete bodily prostration, hands, feet, chest, forehead, and shoulders touching the earth, as well as earnest verbal supplication for refuge. Despite the sustained and embodied devotion, the devotee perceives an absence of divine grace. The verse thus dramatizes a central feature of bhakti discourse, the oscillation between unwavering faith in divine compassion and the anguished perception of divine silence. Tyagaraja articulates both devotion and protest, reinforcing the relational and experiential character of the devotional tradition. Atana's forceful gamakas and bright tonality create urgency without despair. Ilalo pranatati garudanuzu, ilalo pranatati garudanuzu, ilalo pranatati garudanuzu, ilalo pranatati garudanuzu, Peravaridere Shankarudanini, ilalo pranatati garuda nuzu. The next kriti I would like to move on is Yavarunaru Brova in Malavashri set to Mishra Chapu. Who else is there to protect me articulates the theological principle of exclusive surrender. Tyagaraja positions himself as one who has performed complete bodily prostration, invoked the Lord's name, and sought refuge with unwavering devotion. Yet he experiences an apparent delay in divine grace. This tension between faith and perceived silence forms the emotional core of the composition. Tyagaraja recalls his acts of surrender, prostrating fully upon the ground, praying for refuge, and then questions the divine epithets traditionally ascribed to the Lord, remover of the distress of those who bow and giver of happiness in this world. These questions are not expressions of doubt, but devotional intensification. They dramatize the intimacy of bhakti relationship in which the devotee may question the Lord precisely because of unwavering faith. Importantly, the Pliya moves beyond external protection. Tyagaraja ultimately asks for inner transformation, the courage that comes from being accepted as the Lord's own, and the revelation of the discipline required to restrain the mind and meditate wholeheartedly. Divine grace, therefore, is framed not only as a rescue from suffering, but as an empowerment for spiritual realization. Musically, Malavashri reinforces the mood of solemn appeal and introspective devotion. Moving on to the next Kriti, Ehi Tri Jagadisha in the Ragam Saranga set to Mishra Chaputala. In this composition, the composer addresses Shiva through an elaborate and richly layered litany of epithets. He is invoked as Lord of the three worlds, Shambhu, the Lord of Thiruvayaru, and the deity praised by the sage Agastya. He is described as the consort of Parvati, the bearer of river Ganga, the destroyer of the three fortresses, and the protector of celestials. What is particularly striking is the structure of the composition is that after an extended sequence of exalted attributes, each reinforcing divine power, auspiciousness, and sovereignty, the composition concludes with a simple and direct plea: come near, protect me, extend the support of your lotus hand. Thus, the hymn exemplifies a defining feature of bhakti poets, the movement from cosmic theology to personal supplication. येहि त्रिजगदीशो येहि त्रिजगदीशो येहि त्रिजगदीशो शम्भो पाहि पञ्चनदीश येहि त्रिजगदीश शम्भो पाहि पञ्चनदीश येहि त्रिजगदीश शम्भो पाहि पञ्चनदीश येहि त्रिजगदीश शम्भो Moving on to the kritis on Dharma Samvardhini, Tyagaraja's goddess compositions reveal mature relational devotion. So the first kriti to go is Karuna Judavamma in the ragam Thodi, set to Adi Talam. It has got multiple charanams. Dharma Samvardhini is praised as Parashakti, the blue lotus-eyed goddess, the one who shares half the body of Shiva and the sustaining power of innumerable worlds. Theologically, the composition affirms her cosmic sovereignty while invoking her as an intimately accessible mother. The poet declares absolute trust in her as the support of all existent and the destroyer of karmic consequences incurred even unknowingly. Yet the hymn quickly turns into an urgent plea. He asks why devotion to her lotus feet has not yet been granted and questions why her compassion appears concealed. The language is very bold but reverential. He insists that it is not fitting for her to ignore the cries of one who has no other refuge. A striking theological moment occurs when the poet dismisses any imagined rivalry between Rama and Shiva. By rejecting sectarian division, he affirms the essential unity of the divine grace. Thus, his appeal to the mother does not negate his devotion elsewhere, rather it reinforces a non-dual devotional vision. The hymn culminates in a deeply personal assertion. It would not be appropriate for mother to abandon Tyagaraja. In this way, cosmic theology resolves into relational intimacy and appeal grounded in trust, surrender, and unwavering dependence.
Come
So we move on to the next Kriti, Bale Balendu in the Ragam Riti Gaula set to Adi Talam. This composition is a richly layered invocation to the Divine Mother, addressed as Dharma Samvardhini. She is praised as a youthful goddess adorned with crescent moon, the healer of samsara, the mother of all worlds. She is Lalita, Shyamala, the essence of Vedas, radiant as countless flashes of lightning and the beloved consort of Shiva. The composition also situates her within relational theology. She is invoked as delighter of Shiva, associated with Panatati Hara, and praised as the deity who fructifies the bhajana of Tyagaraja. The hymn culminates in a deeply intimate appeal. The poet questions the delay in her protection and asks to be acknowledged as a child despite his many faults. The final aspiration is inward, that his mind may ever worship her feet with steadfast diligence. The next Kriti, Shive Pahimam in the Ragam Kalyani, set to Adi Thalam. This composition is addressed to the Divine Mother. It's again an invocation. Shiva, Ambiga, Katyayani and Dharma Samvardhini, revered at Tiruvayar on the banks of Kaveri. She is praised as the consort of Shiva, source of auspiciousness, embodiment of all animate and inanimate existence, and the divine power associated with Vishnu. Invoking her through multiple theological identities, the composition integrates Shaiva, Vaishnava and Agamic strands of devotion. To make a special mention, I used the recordings of Sri K.V. Narayana Swami, Madurai Mani Iyer, Sri Ramnath Krishnan, Srimati Bombay Sisters. I used these recordings as reference for the various songs so far. So findings and observations. Tyagaraja transformed the Kriti into a theological architecture, such as the Pallavi introduces the thesis, the Anupallavi expands the metaphysical dimension, the Charanam resolves into an intimate prayer. The Sangati development has been, it is an emotional intensification. The raga is not only an ornamentation used by Tyagaraja, it is a theological vehicle to create the mood of the song. Across the Kritis, there was a consistent pattern that emerged, such as it was all invocation of divine, it was a personal confession, it had a rhetorical questioning, and then it was a final surrender to the Swami and Goddess. To conclude, there are of course many kritis which are spurious and referred to as prakshipta kritis, where the authenticity of the composer is not accepted, perhaps being sung by musicians. For example, the Dharmasam Vardhani kriti in Nasika Bhushani. Maravairi Ramani Manju Bhashini. This composition is also on Dharma Samvardhini of Thiruvayaru. But since the authentication is under benefit of doubt, there are many other kritis like this which are spurious. To conclude, the compositions of Tyagaraja reveals bhakti as a relational dialogue rather than a passive submission. The sound becomes the conversation for the composer. Through Nada Upasana and Kshetra devotion, he shaped both theology and aesthetics of Carnatic tradition. Nadam in Tyagaraja is not a decorative art, it is lived, disciplined, and a philosophical experience. Thank you. Thank you, Sunada Trust and Vishnu Foundation, for giving me an opportunity. Thank you. Namaskar.
So next is Iyer sisters, Dr. Srividya and Dr. Sudha, the daughters of disciples of Srimati Geeta Ramasubramanian. One among the Mayavaram sisters also have had the privilege of learning from their Paramaguru Sangeeta Kala Acharya, Calcutta K.S. Krishnamurti sir, A-grade artist of All India Radio in vocal and violin. They had their training in violin from Srimati Lalita Raghavan. They're both working in Rukmani Devi College of Fine Arts, Kalakshetra Foundation. Iyer sisters.
Namaskaram to one and all present here. It's our privilege to be presenting a short legdem or a presentation on Lalgudi Pancharatnas of Sri Tyagaraja under this wonderful symposium themed Tirtha and Tyagaraja. First of all, I would like to thank Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sunada Trust for having gotten us to present this wonderful theme for today, and pranams to Swamiji as well. Before we get into the compositions, I would like to talk about the Kshetram a little. This town of Lalgudi, which is also called Tirthavatturai or Sri Tapastirthapuram, is located approximately 20 kilometers from the city of Tiruchi. The main deities of the temple are Lord Saptarishishvara and goddess Pravriddha Srimati. It is believed that the wives of the Saptarishis, Vashishta, Atri, Bhrugu, Pulatyar, Gautama, Angarisha and Marichi, failed to feed baby Muruga when he was crying out of hunger, as they were tending to their husbands performing a puja, very important puja at that point probably, and eventually they were cursed. And this curse rebounded on the husbands or the Saptarishis, and because they were the reason for the negligence. So thus they decided they will all pray to Lord Shiva to absolve themselves from the curse in this Kshetra at Lalgudi. Lord Shiva is said to have liberated them by absorbing them into a jwala or a flame that emanated from his head at the top of the lingam. Even today, at Lalgudi, the main deity of the temple has a crack on the top of the lingam, which is believed to be the place where the Saptarishis were absorbed into and, given salvation. Owing to this, the main deity of the temple was also called Rishishvara. Likewise, the Kshetra was called Pandeluvar Tavatturai. It is also believed that goddess Lakshmi worshipped goddess Parvati here to seek her help in obtaining Lord Vishnu as her consort. Since at this kshetra, Shri or Mahalakshmi herself was bestowed with Saubhagyam or good fortune, the goddess of Lalgudi was also called Pravriddha Srimati or Peruntiru Piratiyar. Tirukke Tirutanda Piratiyar. So Peruntiru Piratiyar. Tiru as Mahalakshmi. So Peruntiru Piratiyar is how she is referred to here at Lalgudi. This kshetra has also been mentioned in the Tevaram by Tirunavukarasar in the 6th Tirumurai, where he mentions 12 important Shiva temples which ought to be worshipped. கையிலாய மலையெடுத்தான் கரங்களோடு சிரங்களுரம் நெறிய கால் விரலால் சென்றோன் பயில்வாய பராயத்துறை தென்பாலை துறை பண்டெழுவர்த்தவத்துறை பண்டெழுவர்த்தவத்துறை வெண்துரை பைம்பொழ் குயிலாலத்துறை சோற்றுத்துறை பூந்துறை பெருந்துறையும் குரங்காடு துறையினோடு மயிலாடுதுறை கடம்பந்துறை ஆவடுதுறை மற்றும் துறையினா மற்றும் துறையனைத்தும் வணங்குவோமே வணங்குவோமே வணங்குவோமே. So here he mentions 12 important Shivastalas which need to be worshipped, where I'll list the stalas as well. Paraithurai, where when Ravana lifted Kailaya mountain, Lord Shiva crushed him, crushed his head, chest, his hands when he tried to lift the Kailaya Malai. So that was in Paraithurai. And in Tenpalaithurai, that's the second sthala mentioned. And the third one is Pandaruvarthavathurai or Lalgudi. Alandurai, which is where cuckoos used to chirp happily in the garden, he says. And Sotruthurai, Poonturai, Perunturai, which is now called Avadiyar Koi. Kurangadurai or Adudurai, present day Adudurai. Mailadurai or Mayavaram. Katambanturai, Kadambar Kovil, today's Kadambar Kovil, and Avadadurai. These are the 12 places he has listed. And among these, we find a mention of Lalgudi here as well. Similarly, Arunagirinadar also mentions this Sala as a significant place of worshipping Lord Shiva in one of his Tirupugars. Shirukku Seipadi Vaal Muruga Aram Valartha Nitya Kalyani Krupakari Tirthavatturai Managarthanurai Perumale, he says. So Tirthavatturai, he also mentions, Sri Arunagirinadar also mentions Tirthavatturai. With this, I would like to move on to Sri Lalgudi Ramayar, who was born in 1807 CE as the son of Srinivas Iyer. Since he had a keen interest in music and was a very devoted person, his father Srinivas Iyer took Ramayar to Tyagaraja, or Saint Tyagaraja, who lived on the other side of the river Kaveri, at Tiruvayyaru. Here, Ramayar was given Gurukula Vasam and Shiksha, and after training for a couple of years, he returns to Lalgudi with his guru's consent. After a few years, when Tyagaraja was visiting Srirangam, Lalgudi Ramayar goes and visits his guru and requests him to come to his hometown, Lalgudi, and visit Saptarishishwara temple. The Saint Bard obliges, not only obliges, but he also comes here and composes 5 Ratnas or Pancharatnas as we call them today, and they form the Lalgudi Pancharatnam as we refer to today. So Lalgudi Ramayar later on became the Asthana Vidwan of Mysore during the reign of Mummudi Krishnaraja Vodayar. It is believed that Lalgudi Ramayar elaborated a Nalukalai Pallavi, balancing a lemon on the top of his head, and thus he earned the title Pallavi Ramayar as well. We all know Lalgudi Ramayar's grandson, Lalgudi Gopalayar's son, Sri Padmabhushan Sri Lalgudi Jayaraman, was very instrumental in publishing the compositions, preserving and propagating them for posterity. With this, we will move on to the compositions per se. It is also it's also notable that the temple walls outside the Garbhagraha of the temple, Lalgudi Saptarishishwara temple, contain inscriptions of songs sung in praise of the presiding deity. And Tyagaraja's Lalgudi Pancharatna Kritis are also inscribed along with the aforementioned Tamil verses. The 5 compositions that constitute this group are Isha Pahimam in Kalyani, Rupakatalam, Lalite Bhairavi in Aditalam, Mahita Pravarda Srimati, Kamboji in Tisra Triputatalam, Gatini Vani, Todi, Aditalam, and Devashri Tapastirtha Madhimavati in Mishra Chaputalam. Out of the 5 compositions, Mahita Pravarda and Devashri Tapastirtha are in Sanskrit language, and the other 3 are in Telugu. The first and the last compositions, Isha Pahimam and Devashri, are in praise of Lord Saptarishishwara, Lord Shiva, and the other 3 in praise of his consort, Goddess Pravarda Srimati. The first composition, Isha Pahimam in Kalyani, is on Lord Saptarishishwara, as we already saw. In this composition, Tyagaraja says in the Charana, Srinatha Kararchita Doraku Nalpulaki Darshana Enati Tapapalamo Ni Nama Dorake. O Lord, worshipped by the very hands of Lord Vishnu, consort of Goddess Lakshmi, is this vision of you attainable to petty persons? I got to utter your name as a result of penance performed in the previous births. Enati Tapapalamo Ni Nama Dorake. He also adds that Lalgudi is called Bhuloka Kailasha. Vyasarchita Palita Nijadasa Bhuloka Kailashambanu Palukulu Nijame Sareku Kanti. Ni sati evarayya, ni sakshatkarmuna vesatalella tolage nede janmamu sapalyamu. O Lord, worshipped by sage Vyasa, O protector of true devotees, the statement that this place is Kailasha on earth is indeed true. I beheld much. O Lord, who is equal to you? Because of your physical presence here, all my grief is gone. My life attained fruition only today. O Lord of the universe, please protect me, he says. Tyagaraja has also aesthetically used Dvitiyakshara Prasa throughout the 3 charanas and occasionally used Antarukti in this composition. For instance, in the 3rd charana, Antarukti is when a word is used half in the previous line and then gets continued in the next line, and we have Dvitiyakshara Prasa matching the first line, giving it a beautiful Atita Edup Graha kind of feel. So, Samadhi Nigama Sanchara, Somagni Tarani Lochana, Kamadi Khandana, Sutramarchita Pada, Hemachala Chapa Ninu. So here Sama, Kama, Hema, Dhama, everything comes as Dvitiyakshara Prasa. Hemachala Chapa Ninu Vinama Reveru Muni Manodhamas. Here Mano becomes the Antarukti. Manodhama, Tyagaraja, Premavatara, Jagadisha Pahimam. He uses the word Jagar also as an Antarukti for the Pallavi. Likewise, in one of the charanas, we have the word Saptarishi occurring as an Antarukti. Saptarishi Shapahimam, it says. He says so. He has also aesthetically used Swaraksharas. For instance, in the above charana, Kamadi Kandana Sutra Marchita Pada. Kamadi is on Ga. Kandana Sutra Marchita Sa is on Sutrama is on Sa, and Sutra Marchita Chita, the Sa is for Chi he has used Sa again. So we have a lot of occurrences of Swarakshara. This is just one instance. The word Pahimam in the Pallavi also commences using a Swarakshara sung in the Panchama. Isha Pahimam Pahimam. We will be presenting the song now before we move on to the next composition. Isha Pahimam Jagadisha Pahimam Jagadisha Pahimam Jagadisha Pahimam Jagadisha Pahimam Jagadisha Pahimam जगदीश पाहि मां 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 सरगण मदहरण 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 बिलेशय भूष सरगण मदहरण बिलेशय भूष सप्तर्षीश पाहि मां सरगण मदहरण बिलेशय भूष सप्तर्षीश पाहि मां जगदीश पाहि मां जगदीश पाहि मां श्रीनाथ कराचित दोरिके नाल्पुलगी दर्शन में नाटी तपबलमु नी नाममु दोरके श्रीनाथ कराचित दोरिके नाल्पुलगी दर्शन में नाटी तपबलमु नी नाममु दोरके श्रीनारद गान प्रियते नाति निवारण परमान दानव देव दानव जनक सतर्षीश पाहि मां सामादि निगम संचार सोमाग्नि तरणि लोचन कामादि खंडन सूत्रामाचित पाद सामादि निगम संचार सोमाग्नि तरणि लोचन कामादि खंडन सूत्रामाचित पाद हेमाचल चापनि नुविनामरेवरु मुनि मनो दाम त्यागराज प्रेमावतार जगदीश पाहि मां सामादि निगम संचार सोमाग्नि तरणि लोचन कामादि खंडन सूत्रामाचित पाद हेमाचल चापनि नुविनामरेवरु मुनि मनोदाम त्यागराज प्रेमावतार जगदीश पाहि मां जगदीश पाहि मां जगदीश पाहि मां So here again we can see a lot of instances of Swarakshara. Saragana सरगण सरगण मदहरण मदनिरिनि मदहरण मदनिरिनि everything. So it's very enjoyable to study these compositions. The next composition is Lalite Shri Pravruddha in Bhairavi. Here Tyagaraja addresses goddess Pravruddha Srimati and pleads to her for her grace. He asks her, I could get the grace of your elder brother Lord Rama. Please bestow me with your grace as well immediately. Me anna dayaku patrudane tinnaga sharanu jochitine. Like in the previous kriti, there are many occurrences of Dvitiyakshara Prasa in this song as well. However, we don't see Antarukti used here. The progression of Sangadis in the Pallavi and Anupallavi also enhances the beauty of the composition. In this composition, we find the usage of first letter rhyme or prasa. Mohana. Within the Charana, Teliyani Baluda Gada, Amba, Telivini Sommugada, Chalamu Seya Mariada, Challani Matalu Balkarada. So Teliyani, Telivi, Chalamu and Challani occur as Mohana here. We will be presenting the second composition now.
ललिते श्री प्रवृद्ध श्रीमती 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 लावण्यनिधि मती ललिते श्री प्रवृद्ध श्रीमती लावण्यनिधि मती ललिते श्री प्रवृद्ध श्रीमती लावण्यनिधि मती ललिते श्री प्रवृद्ध श्रीमती लावण्यनिधि Telibinevar Dillu Shri 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 Delivinivar Dillu Shri Delivinivar Dillu Shri Tapastita Nagara Nilaye 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 Lanite Shri Prabhrida Shrimati Lavanyanithi Teliyani Baludagadha Teliyani Baludagadha Amba Telibini Summugada Amba Teliyani Baludagadha Amba Telibini Summugada Chalamu Seya Mariyada Chalamu Seya Mariyada Chalamu Seya Mariyada Chalamu Seya Mariyada మర్యాదా చలము సేయ మర్యాదా చల్లని మాటలు బల్కరాదా చల్లని మాటలు బల్కరాదా చల్లని మాటలు బల్కరాదా చల్లని మాటలు బల్కరాదా లలితే శ్రీ ప్రవృద శ్రీమతి లావణ్య నిధి
With this, we move on to the third composition. Mahita Pravruddha Srimati in Kamboji Raga. This is again addressed to the goddess. Here again we find a lot of instances of Swarakshara used by Tyagaraja. In the Pallavi, Mahita so ma ga ma mahita prapa vridha. Again on the, so there are lots of instances of Swarakshara. The whole composition has extensive use of Antarukti as well in every line. The play of words used by Tyagaraja is very appealing. All the four charanas have profuse Antarukti and Dvitiyakshara prasa as well. For instance, in the third charana, the syllables pa, kami and tapas occur as Antarukti. Partha sannuta priye, padartha, so pa occurs as an Antarukti. Padartha apunya dure, kami tartha phalade, so kami occurs as Antarukti, so that tartha falls into Dvitiyakshara prasa. Kami tartha phalade, tapas tirtha pura nivasini. So the whole verse goes like this. Partha sannuta priye, padartha apunya dure, kami tartha phalade, tapas tirtha pura nivasini. Mahita. In addition to profuse usage of Dvitiyakshara prasa, Tyagaraja has also used a poetic device called yamakam, where repetitive syllables are used in such a way that each occurrence conveys a different meaning. This is observed in 3 of the 4 charanas. For instance, in the first charana, the word dehi is used as yamakam. Dehi charana bhaktim akila dehini sada shubha pala de himagiri tanaye vai dehipa sahodari mahita. So here dehi, the first instance of dehi charana bhaktimla, he means bestow on me dehi. The second instance is akila dehini sada shubha, akila dehini, where he says you are the embodiment of the whole world, akila dehini. The third instance is sada shubha phalade himagiri tanaye, so shubha phalade himagiri. So here the dehi is split into de and himagiri tanaye is the next word. So phalade himagiri tanaye. And then the last instance is Vaidehipa Sahodari, sister of Rama. Vaidehipa Sahodari, consort of Sita. Likewise, in the second charana, we see the word Vahini used as Yamakam again. Vahinisha Sannute, Navahi Bhusha Vallabe, Bavahi Neelakante, Simha Vahini, Janani. So the first instance of Vahini is Vahinisha Sannute, worshipped by the Lord of Rivers. Vahini is river, so Vahinisha Varuna. Here he says she is worshipped by the Lord of Rivers, Vahinisha. And then the second instance is Navahi Bhusha, adorned by extraordinary serpents, Shiva. So Navahi Bhusha Vallabe, one who is the beloved of Lord Shiva. Navahi Bhusha Vallabe. The third instance is Bhavahi Neelakanti, who is like the peacock to the snake-like worldly existence. Bhavahi Neelakanti here refers to not Shiva, it refers to the peacock, one with blue neck. So Bhavahi Neelakanti. And the last instance is Simhavahini, so seated on the lion. Likewise, in the fourth charana again, he uses the word Raja as Yamakam. Raja Shekaratma Bhu Viraja Raja Sannute Saroja Dala Nibhakshi Tyagaraja Bhaktadayaki. So first instance is Rajashekara, Lord Shiva. Second instance, Viraja Raja or Lord of Vihagaraja. That is Lord Vishnu, who is the Lord of the King of birds. Vihagaraja Raja. So Viraja Raja. The third instance is Tyagaraja, of course. Raja, his mudra, Tyagaraja. So we will be presenting the third composition, Mahita, now.
Mahita Pravrdashi Mati 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 Guha Gana Pati Janani 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 Mahita Pravrdashi Mati Guha Gana Pati Janani Mahita Pahi Vadana Jita Sudha Kare Shri Kare 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 Pahi Vadana Jita Sudha Kare श्रीकरे पाहि सुगुण रत्नाकरे पाहि सुगुण रत्नाकरे पाहि सुगुण रत्नाकरे महित प्रवृद श्रीमती गुह गणपति जननी महित प्रवृत्त राजशेखरात्मभू विव्रजराज संनुते राजशेखरात्मभू विव्रजराज संनुते सरोज दल निभाषी सरोज दल निभाषी सरोज दल निभाषी रोज दल निभाषी त्याग राज भाग्य दायकी त्याग राज भाग्य दायकी त्याग राज भाग्य दायकी महित प्रवृद श्रीमती गुह गणपति जननी महित
The next composition is Gatinivani in Todi. This is again on Goddess Pravruddha Srimati. The choice of raga and the melody are very aptly chosen and they convey the mood of the song very beautifully. Here Tyagaraja pleads to the goddess, saying, "Who else do I have as a resort? Gati Nivani." Tyagaraja appeals to the goddess, asking her for her grace. Also, the word Gati Nivani is used as a beautiful Swarakshara again. Gati Gavada Ni Nidani Vani Nidara Ne Kogori. So the whole thing is very beautifully aesthetically woven into the Sahitya. Also, there is a very subtle usage of Swarakshara that stands out throughout the song. In the last line of the Anupallavi, Shrimatini Padayuga Moolane Padanida Moolane Ma Pada. So, you find the usage of Swarakshara beautifully done. And again, Paramo Shri Tapas Tirtha Padapa Tapastirtha. And likewise. In the second charana, he says, E puramuna bagu kapuramu seivaru e punyamu jesiro Sri Puranilaye. I wonder what good deeds did the residents of this sacred town do to reside in your proximity, O resident of Sripura, he says. There is Dvityakshara Prasa throughout the charanas of this Kriti as well. For instance, in the first charana, Paramau Sri Tapastirtha Nagara, Na occurs as the Antarukti, Na Garamandu Nelakonna Paramanandi Pogada Tarama, and likewise Sarigana Talli Paritapamulella Puranatula Varamule. So it's fully using Dvityakshara Prasa. And like in the charana of Mahita Pravardha, we find the usage of Yamaka in the Anupallavi of this Kriti. Matini Yento Vedaki, Sammatini Shri Pravardha, Shrimati Ni Pada Yugamula, Ne Neranammiti Ni Brovumika Nijadasulako. So Matini, the first instance of Matini is Matini, using my mind. Matini Yento Vedaki, Sammatini, wholeheartedly, Shri Pravardha, Shrimati. Shrimati is the name of the god, he says. Shri Pravardha Shrimati Ni Pada Yugamu. So Shrimati Ni Pada Yugamula Neranammiti Ni Brovumika Nichadasu. So this is another instance of Yamaka he has used. He also appeals to the goddess, asking her for her grace. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we'll be presenting this composition now before we move on to the last one. Gati Nivari Neye Kori Gati Nivari Neye Kori
मतिनि श्री प्रवृद्ध श्रीमतिनि तो वेद किसं 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 मतिनि श्री प्रवृद्ध श्रीमतिनि पदयुगमूलने निरनम्मितिनि भ्रूमिक निजदासूनकु श्रीमतिनि पदयुगमूलने निरनम्मितिनि भ्रूमिक निजदासूनकु श्रीमतिनि पदयुगमूलने निरनम्मितिनि भ्रूमिक निजदासूलकु गति नीवनि नेये कोरि परमो श्री तपस्थित नगरमंदु नेलकुन्न परमानंदि पुगडतरमा ब्रह्म कैननु दरलोनि सरिगान तल्ली निवाडनु गादा परमो श्री तपस्थित नगरमंदु नेलकुन्न परमानंदि पुगडतरमा ब्रह्म कैननु दरलोनि सरिगान तल्ली निवाडनु गादा परितापमुलेल्ल दोलगयूरग पुरनादुल जतकूडिय भीष परितापमुलेल्ल दोलगयूरग पुरनादुल जतकूडिय भीष वरमुलीचि देवामु नीवरमुलीचि देवामु अभीष वरमुलीचु देवमु नीवनु मनु स्थिरमदुलै गाचिनारु कनुगगति नीवनि नेये कोरि
We will be moving on to the last composition, Devashri Tapastirtha Pura in Madhyamavati. This is on Lord Shiva. The graha or the edupu of the composition is 6 counts after the samam, which gives the viloma structure for the pallavi and the anupallavi alone. The charana is, however, on the samam only. Here again, Tyagaraja enhances the composition with poetic devices like Dvitiyakshara Prasa and Antarukti. There is another poetic device called Anuprasa, where certain syllables or group of syllables are repeated frequently, giving the lyric a loose meter. It can be observed that Tyagaraja generously, in the charana of this song, uses this Anuprasa. For instance, in the second charana, the syllable la is used as Anuprasa or alliteration. Neela Gala Surajala Nutanata Nataphala ಗಿರೀಶ ವಿಶಾಲ ಫಾಲ ಕೃಪಾಲ ವಾಲ ಸುಶೀಲ ಗೌರಿ ಲೋಲ ಶಿವ ಮಾಂ ಪಾಲಯಾದ್ಭುತ ದೇವಶ್ರೀ. And in the third charana, he uses ga as anuprasa. Naga pujita, naga dhanuja, haraga madana, vagadipa, vinutaganita, gunaraga, mada, duraga, hara Shri Tyagaraja, Devashri. We will be presenting the last composition for today.
देवश्री तपस्तीर्थ पुरनिवास 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 देहि भक्तिं अधुना 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 देवश्री तपस्तीर्थ पुरनिवास पावन प्रवृद्ध श्री मति 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 पावन प्रवृद्ध श्रीमति हृद्भवन सकल जगतवन श्रीमहा हृद्भवन सकल जगतवन श्रीमहाहृद्भवन सकल जगदन 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 श्रीमहादेव श्री तपस्ति तपूरनिवासा देहि भक्तिं अधुना नागपूजित नागदनुज रागमदन वागाधिपविनु तगणित गुण रागमदनुराग हर श्री त्यागराज नागपूजित नागदनुज रागमदन वाकाधिपविनु तगणित गुण रागमद दूराग हर श्री त्याग राज नागपूजित नागदनुज रागमदन वाकाधिपविनु तगणित गुण रागमद दूराग हर श्री त्यागराज देव श्री तपस्ति तपूरनिवासा देहि भक्तिं अधुना
I would like to summarize the observations that we could make through the wonderful study of Lalgudi Pancharatnas of Tyagaraja. He has composed these 5 compositions as true ratnas, embellished with bhavas, swaraksharas, and musical ornamentations like sangadis, as well as poetic devices like prasa, anuprasa, yamakam, and antrukti. The Sahitya is also replete with bhakti and extols Lord Shiva and Pravriddha Srimati using simple Telugu and Sanskrit. Actually, we were also making an observation when he deals with compositions on Lord Shiva, he's a little more diplomatic and shows a fatherly kind of an affection. But when he discusses compositions, when he sings in praise of his mother, goddess Pravriddha Srimati, the devotion is more
total surrender.
Total surrender, and the love is more visible. He literally pleads to the goddess, and that's very wonderful. Among the 5 compositions, I meant to say. Additionally, he also refers to the Sthala Mudra, Tapas Tirthapura in all the compositions. And all the 5 kritis have been embellished with sangadis, enhancing the overall appeal of the composition to a great extent. Though melody and lyrics of Sri Tyagaraja, through the melody of the lyrics in Sri Tyagaraja, we can all seek the blessings of Lord Saptarishishvara and Goddess Pravriddha Srimati and pray to them for good fortune, prosperity, and salvation by singing and listening to these gems of kritis. I would like to thank Shri Vishnu Mohan Foundation and Sunatha Trust for again giving us this wonderful opportunity. And I hope you also enjoyed the beauty of these compositions along with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayya sisters, for that excellent lectern. Our next program is Akkare Sisters, compositions in praise of Goddess Kanchi Kamakshi, Lord Varadaraja and Lord Venkateshwara. Akkare Sisters. A short bio on the artist. The Akkare sisters, S. Subbalakshmi and S. Swarnalata, are world-renowned Carnatic musicians distinguished for their mastery as both vocalist and violinist. Trained primarily by their father, Akkare Sri S. Swaminathan, the duo is celebrated for their soulful double bow violin duets and technical brilliance. Their contributions to Indian classical music have earned them numerous accolades, most notably the Kalaima Mani Award from Tamil Nadu government and Ustad Bismillah Khan Yuva Puraskar. More on they have a website called akkare.in, so please check their achievements and their website. And today we have S. Swarnalatha and S. Subbalakshmi is not well today, so not present today. So Akkare sisters. And the topic is compositions in praise of Goddess Kanchi Kamakshi, Lord Varadaraja and Lord Venkateshwara. So we also have Mridangam on Mridangam B. Shivaraman and on violin M. Srikanth.
ஓனா இல்லை. Namaskaram and good evening to one and all present here. It is a pleasure and an honor to be here to speak about Tyagaraja and one of the most evocative chapters in his life, his northward pilgrimage. Over the course of today, you would have heard outstanding lectures on several kshetras that Tyagaraja visited and where he composed enduring music. One important catalyst for this journey, preserved in the Balajapet tradition, is the Shri Mukham, an invitation sent from Upanishad Brahmam of Kanchipuram. The itinerary associated with this invitation places Tyagaraja on a remarkable circuit through major sacred centers, including Srirangam, Kanchipuram, the Madras region, and onward to Tirupati, with a broader received tradition also linking the return leg to places such as Lalgudi. This evening, we will focus primarily on the compositions associated with Kanchipuram and Tirupati, and will dwell on the meeting between Tyagaraja and Upanishad Brahmam that frames this pilgrimage in memory and scholarship. It is worth pausing to remember what such a journey meant in the early 19th century. This was a pre-rail world. There was no quick train to take one from Tiruvayur to Chennai, no Vande Bharat, and no Tatkal. Travel was slow, staged, and shaped by weather, roads, temple calendars, and the hospitality networks that sustained pilgrims. In that context, the image is striking. Tyagaraja, about 72 years old, undertaking a long journey from Tiruvayur to meet Upanishad Brahmam in his 90s in Kanchipuram. Before we turn to the details of Upanishad Brahmam's life and his connection to Tyagaraja, will begin with a brief orientation to the Upanishads themselves and the Vedantic world they shaped, which helps explain why this saint scholar came to be known by the name Upanishad Brahmam. The Upanishadic frame and the significance of Upanishad Brahmam. The Upanishads occupy a foundational place in Vedantic thought as the culminating philosophical corpus of the Veda. The later history of transmission and classification, the Upanishads came to be organized into canonical lists with 108 functioning as a standard total in one influential tradition, while a smaller group of Mukhya Upanishads was privileged for exegetical and pedagogical purposes. Within this framework, Shankaracharya is generally associated with commentaries on the principal Upanishads, often counted as 10, though broader enumerations extending to 13 also appear in later scholastic usage. This distinction is essential for understanding the intellectual significance of Upanishad Brahmam, whose renown rests in large measure on the tradition that he wrote commentaries on all 108 Upanishads. As V. Raghavan emphasizes, this achievement was central to his identity and to the very emergence of the name Upanishad Brahmam in the historical record. Yet Upanishad Brahmam was not only an exegete of Vedantic scripture, but also a figure deeply embedded in the devotional and musical culture of South India, especially in relation to Rama Bhakti and Nama Sankirtana. It is this rare conjunction of Upanishadic scholarship, Advaitic thought, and lived musical devotion that makes his association with Tyagaraja and Muthuswami Dikshitar especially important for the study of Carnatic intellectual and musical history. Upanishad Brahmam and Muthuswami Dikshitar. Before turning to Tyagaraja in detail, it is useful to situate Upanishad Brahmam in relation to Dikshitar. Raghavan records a traditional account that both Tyagaraja and Dikshitar visited Kanchi to see Upanishad Brahmam, and that Dikshitar was commissioned to set to appropriate tunes certain Ashtapadi compositions of Upanishad Brahmam. In the same study, Raghavan also identifies the Rama Ashtapadi within Upanishad Brahmam's larger Rama-centered musical corpus. This does not by itself establish a fully documented teacher-student relationship in the modern historical sense. What it does establish is a plausible and musically meaningful network of contact in which Upanishad Brahmam functioned as a major intellectual and devotional node at Kanchipuram, one whose writings and compositions were known to leading composers. Tyagaraja and Upanishad Brahmam. The strongest documentary anchor for the Tyagaraja Upanishad Brahmam Association is the tradition of the Sri Mukham, a formal invitation. The Music Academy material on the Valajapet manuscripts explicitly notes the presence of the Sri Mukham sent by Upanishad Brahmam of Kanchivaram inviting Tyagaraja to visit Kanchi. The same volume further summarizes the associated travel narrative. Tyagaraja undertook the northern pilgrimage, visited Srirangam first, stayed at Kanchi as the honored guest of Upanishad Brahmam, and later came to Madras with Kovur Sundara Mudaliyar. It also records that he stayed at Bandar Street in Georgetown and from Madras visited places such as Thiruvattriyur and Kovur. A second narrative source preserves an expanded traditional memory that Upanishad Brahmam had known Tyagaraja's father Rama Brahmam and may have seen Tyagaraja as a child during Rama Bhajana settings in Tanjavur. It also articulates a direct influence claim, namely that Tyagaraja's Divyanama Sankirtana idiom shows traces of Upanishad Brahmam's Bhajana and Nama Sankirtana style. These claims are historically valuable as received tradition, but they require further corroboration from primary manuscript evidence or early biographies before being treated as settled facts. The Kanchipuram journey and its musical consequences. According to the secondary narrative, Tyagaraja's major northern tour took place in 1839 when he was approximately 72 years old. This account describes his departure from Tiruvayyaru, his halt at Srirangam, his arrival at Kanchipuram during the Varadaraja temple festival cycle, his onward travel via Valajapet to Tirupati, and his subsequent stay in Madras in association with Kovur Sundaramudaliyar and disciples including Veena Kuppayar. The Music Academy summary broadly corroborates the sequence of Srirangam, Kanchi, Madras and the surrounding kshetras and confirms the central role of Upanishad Brahmam's invitation in prompting the pilgrimage. In musical terms, this tour is remembered as a highly productive Kshetra Kriti phrase. Tradition associates the journey with clusters of compositions linked to Srirangam, Kanchipuram, Kovur, Tirupati, Tiruvattriyur and Lalgudi. The sources presently available provide stronger itemized support for Srirangam, Varadaraja at Kanchipuram, Kovur and Tirupati than for every shrine on the route. Where the evidence derives from later narrative tradition rather than early documentary sources, that status is indicated below. The Kanchipuram attributions of Varadaraja Ninnukori Vachiti, Swarabhushini in Ragam Swarabhushini, Varada Navanitasha Pahi in Raga Panjaramu, and Vinayakuni in Madhyamavati are significant not merely as itinerary markers but as contrasting devotional musical responses to the Kanchi Kshetra. Varadaraja carries the internal stamp of pilgrimage arrival and festival darshan, while Varada Navanitasha presents a more densely wrought stotra-like sahitya in a rare raga setting. Varadaraja Ninnukori Vachiti is also of musicological interest in modern discussions of raga attribution and transmission history. Before I move on to Tirupati, I would like to present the compositions that he composed in Kanchipuram. We'll start with Varadaraja Ninnukori in Ragam Swarabhushani. The Pallavi, he says, Varadaraja Ninnu Kori Vachiti Mrukkera. Ninnu Kori Vachiti. I have come seeking you, O Lord Varadaraja. Mrukkera, I salute you. Surulu Munulu Bhu Surulu Chutti Chutti Sevinche. He says Surulu, celestials, devas. Munulu, sages. Bhu Surulu or Bhu devas are brahmanas. So he says, the celestials, sages and brahmanas worshipped you by circumambulating you again and again. The Charanam, he says, Varagiri Vaikuntha Mata. In each line he has ended with Atta. It is said that Varagiri is the Hastagiri. The Varadaraja temple in Kanchipuram is situated on a hillock. which is in the shape of an elephant. So he says, Varagiri Vaikuntam. It is said that it is Vaikuntam itself. Varnimpa taramu kadu ata. It is not possible to describe the beauty. Nirjarulanu tarakamulalo. Nirjarulanu. Nirjarulanu again refers to the celestials, the devas, who don't age at all. Nirjarulanu. Tarakamulalo. Tarakamulalo, stars. So he says here, Nirjarulanu Tarakamulalo Chandrudai mere yuduvata. You shine forth like a moon to the stars of devas. So you can see such comparisons in many of his compositions. If you take Jagadananda Karaka, he says, Amara Taraka Nichaya Kumuda Hita. So where he compares Rama to moon, again Kumuda Hita. Amara Taraka Nichaya, again celestials to the stars. Garuda Seva Juda Varadaraja Ninnu Kori Vachiti. He says, I have come here to behold the sight of Garuda Seva. Garuda Seva is the procession of Lord being carried in the Garuda Vahana. So we shall now present, this is a rare ragam, Swarabhushani. Interestingly, out of the 5 kritis that I would be presenting today, 4 of them are janyas of the same Mela Karahara Priya, and 2 of them are in Ragam Madhimavati. So this raga Swarabhushani doesn't have Rishabham in the Arohanam and skips Gandharam in the Avarohanam. This is set to Tala Rupakam. Varadaraja ninnu kori Varadaraja ninnu kori vachite Varadaraja ninnu kori vachite Brokera 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 Varadaraja ninnu kori vachite Surulu munulu bhusurulu 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 Chuti chuti seveche Varadaraja ninnu kori vachite ಬ್ರೋಕೇರ ವರದರಾಜ ನಿಂಕೋರಿ ವಚಿತಿ ವರಗಿರಿ ವೈಕುಂಠಮಠ ವರಗಿರಿ ವೈಕುಂಠಮಠ ವರಗಿರಿ ವೈಕುಂಠಮಠ ವರ್ಣಿಂಪತರಮುಖದಟ ವರಗಿರಿ ವೈಕುಂಠಮಠ ವರ್ಣಿಂಪತರಮುಖದಟ నీజరులను తారకములలో నీర్జరులను తారకములలో చంద్రుడే మెరయుదువట వరగిరి వైకుంఠమఠ వర్ణింపతరముఖదట నీజరులను తారకములలో చంద్రుడే మెరయుదువట వరత్యాగరాజనుత 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 గరుడ సేవ జూడ వరదరాజ నిన్ను కోరి వచితి వరత్యాగరాజనుత గరుడ సేవ జూడ వరదరాజ నిన్ను కోరి వచితి మ్రోగేర వరదరాజ నిన్ను కోరి వచితి Next we shall present Vinayakuni Valenu Brovave in Raga Madhyamavati set to Aditalam. Here it says Vinayakuni Valenu Brovave Ninnu Vina Velpulevaramma. Protect me like your son Vinayaka. Ninnu Vina Velpulevaramma. Who else is there for us other than you? Like Sri Vidya mentioned, when it comes to goddess, it's total surrender. Anatha Rakshaki, Shri Kamakshi. Anatha Rakshaki, protector of destitutes, O Mother Kamakshi. Sujanagha Mochani, Shankari Janani. Sujana Agha Mochani, reliever of sins of Sujana, pious people. Agha is sin. Sujana Agha Mochani, Shankari Janani. O Janani, O Mother, who bestows auspiciousness. Shankari, Shankari. Purana Dayache Giralu Makuniki Rajesi Brochudhari. He says, you earlier mercifully protected a dumb by restoring his speech. O wearer of a digit of moon. O Mother Parashakti, Murari Sodari, sister of Lord Rama, who rules the lotus of heart of this Tyagaraja. Vinayakuni Valenu Bruvave.
Vinayakuni valenu bruvave. Vinayakuni valenu bruvave. Ninu vinave puleva brahma. 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 Vinayakuni valenu bruvave. अनाथ रक्षकी, अनाथ रक्षकी श्री कामाक्षी, अनाथ रक्षकी श्री कामाक्षी, अनाथ रक्षकी श्री कामाक्षी, अनाथ रक्षकी श्री कामाक्षी, सुजना घमोचनी शंकरी जननी, सुजना घमोचनी शंकरी जननी. विनायकुनी वलनु ब्रोववे. निन्नु विनावे पुलेव ब्रह्मा. विनायकुनी वलनु ब्रोववे. పురాణదయ జయ కిరణుమా కునికి రాజేసి రోజురాజధరి. పురాణదయ జయ కిరణుమా కునికి రాజేసి రోజురాజధరి. త్యాగరాజుని హృదయ సరోజవేలిన. త్యాగరాజుని హృదయ సరోజవేలిన. మురారి సోదరి పరాశక్తి నందు. వినాయకుని వలెను బ్రోవవే. త్యాగరాజుని హృదయ సరోజవేలిన. మురారి సోదరి పరాశక్తి నందు. వినాయకుని వలెను బ్రోవవే. నిన్ను వినావే పులవ బ్రహ్మ. వినాయకుని వలెను బ్రోవవే.
Next, we shall present Varada Navanitasha Pahi in Ragam Raga Pancharamu. In the Pallavi, he says, Varada Navanitasha Pahi. Varada, O bestower of boons. Navanitasha, O Lord who is fond of fresh butter. Pahi, please protect me. Vara Danava Mada Nasha. In this composition, he has beautifully played with the words actually. In the Pallavi, the first line is Varada Navanitasha Pahi. The second line also starts with Varada, but it's Vara Danava. Vara Danava Mada Nasha Ehi. He says, one who destroyed the arrogance of the demons, Mada Nasha. Danava Mada Nasha. Ehi, please come near me. Anupallavi is even more beautiful. How he uses the word Shara, taking different meanings. So, starts with Sharada Abha Karavidritha Shara. Sharada Abha. O Lord who resembles rain cloud. Sharada is rain cloud. Abha, who resembles rain cloud. Karavidritha Shara. O Lord who wields arrows. Here Shara means arrows. O Lord who wields arrows in his hands. Ashara. So when we sing it together, it's Sharadabha Kara. Karavridha Shara Shara. So Shara, the next line starts with Ashara. Ashara the Ashuga. In many of his compositions, you can see Tyagaraja using prefix of Amara. So here it is Ashara the Ashuga. So where he says, Ashuga is wind. O wind that blows away clouds called demons. So Ashara is demon. Ashara the Ashuga. Suma Sharada Asha Rahita. So Suma Sharada, he says, O father of Cupid, one who has flower arrows. Suma Shara. And then he ends the Anupallavi with Asha Rahita. Asha Rahita, one who is bereft of desires. In Charanam, Dvirada Adbhuta Gamana. O Lord who has a wonderful gait like that of an elephant. Dvirada, the twin-tusked. Pura Dahana Nuta. Pura Dahana is Lord Shiva, who is praised by Lord Shiva. Puradabharana Ajara Avana Para. O Lord wearing lustrous ornaments, abharanas, Puradabharana. Ajara Avana Para. He says, one who is best in protecting celestials. Garadashana Turaga Ratha Dyuti Jita Varadasa Janagresara Tyagaraja. So Garadashana Turaga Ratha. So he says, O Lord who has Garuda, Ashana, eater of snakes. So Garadashana is used to describe Garuda here. Garadashana, who has Garuda as carrier which moves fast, Turaga. O Lord who has conquered Jita, the blessed eminent devotees by his splendor, Dyuti. So, Dyuti Jita Varadasa Janagresa Tyagaraja. Varadanavaniita Shapahi in Ragam, Raga Pancharam. This is set to Tala Mishra Chapu.
Varada Navanita Varada Navanita Shapahi 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 Varadanava Madanashayi Varadanavanika Shapahi Varadanava Madanashayi Varadanavanika Sharana Abhakaravidrita Sharada Abhakaravidrita Sharada Abhakaravidrita Sharada Shuga Suma Sharada Sharita Varada Navanita Sharada Abhakaravidrita Sharada Shuga Suma Sharada Sharita Varada Navanita Shapahi Varada Nava Madanashayi Varada Navanita Viradadbhutagaman Puradahananuta Viradadbhutagaman Puradahananuta Spurada Bharana Jara Vanapaga Viradadbhutagaman Puradahananuta Spurada Bharana Jara Vanapaga Garada Shana Turagarata Judi Jita Garada Shana Turagarata Judi Jita Garada Shana Turagarata Judi Jita Varada Sajana Gre Sarathyagaraja Varada Navanita Garashana Turagarata Juti Jita Varada Sajana Gre Sarathyagaraja Varada Navanita Shapahi Varada Nava Madanashayi Varada Navanita
Now let's move to Tirupati. Compositions at Tirupati. At Tirupati, the later tradition associates Tyagaraja with two especially important Venkatesha-centered kritis, Tirtha and Tyagaraja and Venkatesha Ninnu Sevimpanu, and presents them as a meaningful devotional pair within the larger pilgrimage arc. In Tirtha and Tyagaraja, the lyric frames prayer through the metaphor of the Tera, curtain or screen, treating spiritual obstruction as an inward condition rather than merely an external barrier to darshan. On a lighter reading, the Kriti can also be heard as the prayer of a pilgrim waiting for darshan, where the outer delay becomes an occasion for Tyagaraja's inner diagnosis. The true obstruction is the mind's own wheel. Venkatesha ninnu sevimpanu, by contrast, shifts towards the abundance of vision and worship in the presence of Lord Venkatesha. These specific composition by sight attributions remain part of the received pilgrimage tradition and require further corroboration from primary manuscript or early biographical sources. We shall now present Tirtha and Tyagaraja in Raga Gauli Pantu.
Vaguramani Teliyaga గగనములు వచితములు రీతి నది వేగమే నీమదమునను సరచిన వేగమే నీమదమునను సరచిన వేగమే నీమదమునను సరచిన వేగమే నీమదమునను సరచిన త్యాగరాజ నుతమదమచరమను త్యాగరాజ నుతమదమచరమను త్యాగరాజ నుతమదమచరమను త్యాగరాజ నుతమదమచరమను నాలోని తిరుపతి వెంకటరమణ మచరమను నాలోని
The last composition that we would be presenting today is Venkatesha Ninnu Sevimpanu. He says, Venkatesha Ninnu Sevimpanu Padivela Kanulu Kavalanaya. He says, to worship you, one needs Padivela Kanulu, 10,000 eyes. Anupalavi, Pankajaksha Paripalita Munijana. Pankajaksha, O lotus eyed. Paripalita Munijana, O Lord who governs the sages. Bhavuka Magu Divya Rupa Munu Konna. O Lord Venkatesha, who has taken an auspicious divine Bhavukamagu Divya Rupamu, auspicious divine form, to worship you, one needs 10,000 eyes. Charanam. Yogi Hridaya Nive Gatiyanu Jana. O Lord, abiding in the hearts of ascetics, yogi, Bhagadeya Jana Bhagadeya. O dispenser of fortune to those who consider you alone to be their refuge. Nive Gatiyanu Jana Bhagadeya. Vara Bhogisha Shayana. Shesha Shayana. He's talking about the Shesha Shayana. Bhagavata Priya. One who is very dear to great devotees, Bhagavatas. O Lord, praised by this Tyagaraja. O Lord Venkatesha, well established on this Seshadri, the mountain. So he says Naga Chalamu, Naga Achalamu. So he refers to Seshadri mountain as Naga Chalamu, the mountain of serpent. In order to worship you, one needs 10,000 eyes. Venkatesha Ninnu Sevimpanu Padivela Kanulu Kavalanaya.
Bagu
I would like to thank my co-artist today. On the violin, Shri M. Shrikant. And on the mridangam, the most sought after, wonderful B. Shivaraman sir. Thank you all. I would like to thank Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy ma'am for giving me this opportunity. I got to learn a lot from this, and it was an honor to present this in front of Swamiji. Thank you all very much. Namaskar.
Mahesh. Pranams to Sri Sadguru, pranams to Sri 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 Vishnu Mohan, pranams to Swamiji. Respected Swamiji, esteemed speakers and guests, honored artists, trustees and Rasikas present in person and who are looking on remotely. On behalf of Sonada Trust and Sri Vishnu Mohan Foundation, I offer our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of today's Tirtha and Tyagaraja Symposium. There was an incident a long time back which I would like to share, and Swamiji has kindly given me permission. There was a renowned astrologer who saw the horoscope of Sri Sadguru Swami and exclaimed that this was the closest to that of Sri Rama. So in that context, today's Tirtha and Tyagaraja symposium holds a special place in my heart. Today's symposium started with invocation by Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy, who also spoke a little later about the long association she has had with the foundation and with Swamiji. After that, we had Swamiji's Anugraha Bhashanam, where he shared, how the seeds of the idea about the topic of today's symposium were sown, the dialogues that he had, and culminating in today's program. The keynote address was by Sri Kannan. He outlined Tyagaraja's journey of immersion into music as one of the Bhakti Margas. And to me, it was almost like an eyewitness account. He knew it, he was able to recount it so beautifully. Sri Kannan is a person of enormous erudition, so much of travel, and he's done so much of service in his own way to Bharatavarsha. But one thing that really struck me was his absolute humility. That was wonderful to see, because humility is one of the most important attributes that Sri Sadguru has often asked us to emulate and live by. We also extend our profound appreciation to all the distinguished artists and scholars. A few people who were listening in on Zoom and YouTube and even here kind of mentioned to Swamiji when I was present, and mentioned to me also, that each and every one of the artists performed so wonderfully. It was really a pleasure and delight for all of us. Dr. Nityashri, Dr. Radha Bhaskar, Dr. Niranjana Srinivasan, Iyer sisters, Dr. R.S. Srividya and Dr. R.S. Sudha, Vidwan Sri Mohan Santanam, and the Akkare sisters also, Srimati Subbalakshmi and Srimati Swarnalata. Through your scholarship and music, Tyagaraja's sacred journey across kshetras have come alive to all of us. Really, thank you for that. We sincerely thank Dr. Pramila Gurumurthy of Sunada Trust for her guidance, dedicated efforts in making this symposium possible and coordinating while it was going on. Her careful attention to every detail has really been wonderful. We thank the audience for attentive participation. That was very nice to see, actually. And the engagement was also very thoughtful. And none of this would have been possible without three things. One is Sri Sadguru Ma's constant guidance and benevolence. One is Swamiji's constant guidance and, helping us do the right set of things with the right attitude despite all the pressures. And of course, the handful of devotees who behind the scenes have worked tirelessly to make this happen. May the blessings of Sri Sadguru Swamiji, Saint Tyagaraja and the deities of the sacred kshetras guide us in continuing such meaningful explanations. Narayana. Pranams to Sri Sadguru, pranams to Sri Vishnu Mohan, and pranams to Swamiji. Narayana.
नित्य जय मङ्गलम् राजीव नयन त्यागराजादि विनुतमैन नी नाम रूपमुलकु नित्य जय